Vamos a ver si le dimos en esta ocasión a todos los botones, a todos los enlaces. Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero estén teniendo una excelente mañana, que estén mejor preparados para la semana que yo. Les voy a decir la verdad. Es mi aniversario de 10 años, lo tengo que decir así. Es mi aniversario de 10 años esta semana y se me olvidó. Entonces tuve que planear todo ayer. Por lo que mañana vamos a tener, este jueves teníamos clase para toda la gente en el E-Trading Academy, los vamos a ver mañana. Y el viernes Alex y Farhan se van a encargar de los streams, porque el tío Salo el viernes les falló, pero la clase del jueves la vamos a hacer mañana para no perder absolutamente nada. Y de todas maneras los dejo con los buenos analistas para que quieren escuchar al imbécil de yo como sea. Así que eso es el anuncio del día de hoy. Vamos a empezar con eso. Ahora, muy interesante lo que está pasando. Este fin de semana hubieron muchas cosas que pasaron, ¿no? Interesantes o no. Gran Premio de Australia, buenísimo. Luego lo platicaremos, creo que hoy en la noche con toda la banda en Cabina P1, no estoy seguro. Y también, pues, todo lo que estamos viendo ahorita. Quiero abrir un paréntesis acá para todos ustedes, mis estimados, porque en mi tesis de estamos gastando menos, estamos recortando gasto, etcétera, perdón, hay algo extraño en medio de todo esto. Acabamos de empezar a fondear para bombardear a Yemen, ¿ok? Entonces, esos son como 50,000 milloncitos de dólares a través de todo este tiempo que se van a dar. Voy a tener atención por ahí porque mucha gente está volteando a ver el nivel de liquidez que hay en el sistema y están viendo que la liquidez está disparándose a la alza, pero los precios no, y se preguntan por qué. Les voy a decir esto una vez más. Yo personalmente lo veo más sencillo que eso. Yo veo, si están gastando dinero inmediatamente en algo, como en una guerra o en algo que tengan que a huevo gastar el dinero inmediatamente, vemos los mercados subir. Si ese dinero no está entrando instantáneamente en circulación en el mercado, ¿y a qué me refiero con eso? Porque ahorita estamos dejando de gastar en estupideces, dejas de gastar en darle a las aerolíneas millones de dólares para que vuelen ilegales y pretendan que están a full, a tope con todo su negocio, hacen lo mismo con los hoteles, hacen lo mismo con las residencias, hacen lo mismo con todo esto, corte de gasto, reducción de esa. Si entra dinero derechito para esta guerra y nos dicen cuánto va a ser y cuánto están metiendo, eso tiene que cambiar esta dinámica. Todavía no hay confirmación, ¿ok? Que nos quede claro. Ahora, lo que les quería platicar el día de hoy es, ¿cuántos de ustedes se acuerdan que Biden firmó perdones, no pardons tan famosos, que cuando estaba justamente saliendo de la oficina? ¿Cuántos de ustedes se acuerdan y cuántos de ellos firmó? Ahora, ¿alguno de ustedes vio algún problema con eso o no? Y ahora les voy a decir por qué hay un problema con esto y por qué Donald Trump se le está yendo encima a Joe Biden y a sus perdones. La razón por qué es bastante sencilla. Sabemos todos que Joe Biden no era el presidente, sabemos que no tenía la capacidad mental, de que no sabía dónde estaba, etcétera. Entonces, ¿cómo sabía qué perdones tenía que hacer? Lo que dicen es que tristemente alguien literalmente puso todas estas cosas en movimiento y lo sacó para adelante. ¿Por qué es importante? Porque Faucci, estamos hablando de Fauci, estamos hablando de la familia de Biden junto con su hijo y otros están involucrados en esto en este momento. Donald Trump se les quiere ir al cuello, lo voy a compartir con ustedes. Los perdones que Sleepy Joe le dio a una parte no selecta del comité de políticos, básicamente narcos, y muchos otros han sido aquí declarados básicamente los han cancelado y además no tienen más fuerza y más efecto para el futuro, porque por el hecho de que simplemente fueron hechos con una pluma automática se refiere a que alguien más los firmó y no fue Joe Biden en realidad. En otras palabras, Joe Biden no los firmó. Más importante, he did not know anything about, ni siquiera sabía algo de ellos para que, y ahora, ¿cuánta gente duda de esto de Trump, de lo que está diciendo? Yo sé que Trump dice muchas mamadas, pero esto fue bastante obvio, ¿no? No sabía nada de ellos. And the people that did may have committed a crime. Y en realidad la gente que sabía lo que estaban haciendo, en realidad cometieron un crimen haciéndolo pasar como si hubiera sido Joe Biden. Por ende, toda esa gente que está en estos perdones, pues serán destruidos y serán borrados. Toda la evidencia obtenida durante estos 2 años que me han perseguido me han dado esta persecución de brujas, en contra mía y otras gentes inocentes deberían entender que que deberían de estar preparados para una investigación que se viene. El hecho es, ellos probablemente son los responsables de los documentos que fueron firmados a nombre o sin la autoridad del peor presidente de la historia de Estados Unidos, el Joe Biden criminal que tanto odia a Donald Trump. Ponérselas fácil, está diciendo a la gente que intentó irse en contra mía, la gente que firmó estos perdones, se los va a llevar el chorizo. Ahora, Anthony Fauci es bueno porque Anthony Fauci lo que hizo fue recibió dinero de USAID y además violó todas las reglas de cómo puedes o no puedes trabajar en un virus, y esto ya lo sabemos. Y pues a mí personalmente me mamaría si es que le fueran a hacer algo a Anthony Fauci. ¿Cuántos de ustedes creen que vayan a en verdad hacer algo en contra del hijo de Joe Biden, Anthony Fauci? Personalmente no creo que vayan a hacer ni madres, nada. Esto funciona como básicamente apalancamiento en una negociación. No apalancamiento, como, ¿cómo se dice? Cuando tú tienes más fuerza en una negociación. Es lo que te da. Te da mucha más fuerza en contra de toda la gente que estás yendo en contra de. Y aquí básicamente está yéndose Donald Trump en contra de esas personas. Vamos a ver en qué sale. Esto es completamente irrelevante. Las noticias han estado muy tranquilas. Bueno, no veo las noticias, honestamente. Veo de qué trae a la gente loca. Y ahorita una de las cosas que trae a la gente más loca es entre esto, que es completamente estúpido, y también que Mark Rober, el ingeniero tan querido en YouTube, hizo un video de Tesla FSD engañando, bueno, promoviendo otra compañía sin decir nada y usando su video como un arma en contra de Tesla. En fin, es lo único de lo que se está hablando. No hay tantas cosas pasando. Lo de Yemen es lo más importante, en mi opinión. Vamos a ver cómo se desarrolla, pero vamos con todo al casino del tío Salo. Aquí tengo a Alex y a Farhan. Y como siempre, antes de empezar, los quiero invitar a todos los que quieran a estar degenerados con nosotros. Cáiganle al casino del tío Salo, cáiganle al Discord. Es absolutamente gratis, bastante fácil de usar. Todos los menús están en la izquierda. Pueden ver acá todos los análisis de Alex, los de Farhan por acá. Pueden venir a platicar en el chat general. Acá es donde venimos a platicar y todo el mundo puede checar cómo está viendo todo el mundo el mercado. Esto es muy útil para todos. De nuevo, esto es completamente gratis. Entran y platicas con gente que está buscando hacer lo mismo que tú y pues te dirán si te está fallando, no te está fallando, cómo lo ven, etcétera. Bastante chida la comunidad. Criptolingo, por cualquier pregunta que tengan, aquí está. Es esta opción, Criptolingo, y es para cualquier cosa que decimos que tal vez no entiendan. Vengan a compartir también sus ganancias, sus pérdidas, como no. Será la próxima, un 54% para abajo, bien. Bueno, un 30% para abajo, bien, solamente $1,187 de ganancia, bien, menos $108, bien, $445, bien, entonces, llevándose lana poco a poco, 200%, hijo de puta. Bien por ustedes, bien por ustedes. Vengan también a leer noticias, tirarnos preguntas o a ver cualquier enlace oficial que tenemos para que no les vean la cara. Y también a toda la gente que guste, los invito, quieren tradear futuros con nosotros, igual absolutamente gratis, caigan en nuestro sitio web, vénganse a Tutos, en Tutos le vas a picar en cómo tradear en Bluffing, y acá te lo va a dar absolutamente gratis un video de 5 minutos, te va a decir exactamente cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo puedes abrir posiciones, etcétera. En 5 minutos lo sabrás hacer y acá tienes obviamente el enlace directo para que no te vean la cara y vayas directo a Bluffing. Sin más ni más, les traigo aquí a estos dos cracks, a Alex y a Farhan. Vamos a empezar esto. Vamos a ver. Tailwinds ahead, guys. Tailwinds.
Only tailwinds, sir.
Too many.
Muchos días. I mean, buenos días, muchachos.
Buenos días.
I said muchos
días. All right, so do we agree with this
Tough,
analysis so we can go home? Tailwinds ahead, guys. Bitcoin's
Indeed.
going to $500,000. This is just a dip. So we agreed, right?
Pretty
Oh,
nice
man,
day.
that's nice. You're still out there? And the internet's
Yeah.
good?
Yep.
Yeah.
On the
Oh,
island.
good for you. Good for you, boys.
Island life. An island a day keeps the suicide away.
Just real dark. Let's go real dark into this. Absolutely. All righty. Let us get started with this. I told everyone that tomorrow we're going to have the class, Thursday's class tomorrow, because I need to deal with my personal life, unfortunately. And I appreciate everyone that understands. Let's get started. Before Bitcoin, Eder has a question about the 500 VIX. I'm assuming that's just an ETF on the VIX.
Let's see.
And then we have Bitcoin. Let me see.
500 VIX.
I just, what is that? Just the VIX? I think it is.
It's just a VIX?
Mm,
Yeah, it is.
yeah.
It's just a VIX.
Yeah.
It's like a
I
little
have-
mix.
I have
I
looked
mean-
at the VIX probably less than whoever's asking this question has.
I think last
Yeah.
time we looked at it, it was when it went to, what was that, 60s? Yeah. And generally, each time it's gone to 60, generally speaking, that's been opportunities in the stock market. And here was no different. Let me see if my screen is getting shared.
Yeah.
Now, with the VIX, though, it is questionable to do TA on it. Some people say it works. Some people say it doesn't. I don't know. But if you want me to do TA, I can. We have a simple range on the VIX. I haven't changed this in a long time. We haven't looked at this since August. I remember that I was in Houston. I think that was during the Japan carrier trade FUD.
That's right. Yeah. That's the last time it blew the fuck up until now again.
Yeah. So let's check this out for what we can see. So we do see, the daily is in an uptrend, which is good. We are approaching support around that 2040. I'd like to see a bounce there. Ideally, we don't take out, March 3rd high or low. I mean, we just stay ideally with the uptrend. Let's see the weekly. Weekly was pretty nasty though. I mean, if we're just basing that off wicks candles, it's pretty nasty. Massive weekly shooting star. But this is a pretty easy observation because one thing to note here is that SMA 200 on the weekly. Generally speaking, when we break out from that and then back test it, we often don't hold the back test. I mean, fell through here, even all the occasions, it's never held the back test since essentially March of 2023. But we can see when it does actually hold that, breaks out, holds the SMA 200, generally that's when you get your expansion up. So for now, I mean, I guess it's an easy gauge to say, okay, we'll probably go back to that 20, maybe down to like 18. But then I would want to see this hold. If it's going to hold, then it just ties into what I said on the daily, but rather on a weekly, which is this was the higher high. We're going to do TA on the VIX, which again, questionable, but if so, I'd want this area to hold on the weekly, form out a weekly higher low, and then we could potentially, make our way towards that $32 level. 32 region point. Yeah. 32 is pretty important though. I mean, visually you can see, and honestly, interpreting the VIX as just a major range is probably wise. You can just see, I mean, I have 3 lines on this chart, and I think that's enough. Once we're below like $13, generally it's just, generally speaking, that it's reaching some toppy points in the market. You can see here in December, so in the beginning of this year, we were actually at, low $13, and that's kind of what sparked this move up. Now we're in the weekly uptrend. So, I mean, gauging this in a range kind of makes it simple. We're kind of front running resistance around 32. But that doesn't mean that this isn't bullish. And just on like a TA standpoint, it does look bullish. I'm curious to see if this is silver crossed as well. No.
So hard to gauge the VIX. I mean, it's literally almost impossible.
Yeah, no, and I mean,
I just whenever people ask me for the VIX, I just straight up tell them I'm too retarded for this.
yeah. I mean, just gauge it. Like I said, it's just controversial. Even doing TA on it, does it work? I don't know, but for what it stands and where I'm looking at it now, I mean, it is bullish. It's looking good. We have a 2-day silver cross that kind of lines up with that $19 region. It just ties into the 2 days probably going to lose the 9. That's fine. I think I'll move back down to like 20s, maybe 19s. And again, that just ties into the weekly. So long as we hold above the SMA 200, which is sitting at like $19 exactly, this is going to be bullish and we're going to have more of a chance to go up. Now let's see here if we can get any confluence that with the HPDR. So we are in that breakout posturing. You do see here that the SMA 200 is right around the 50%. So even coming back down wouldn't actually invalidate this breakout. And we do see prices healthily above the median now. Check the 5-day. Nasty 5-day engulfing most. But you see here approaching the 78.6%. So you have the 50% on the weekly, 78.6% on the 5-day. At least tells me we should see a bounce around there. Yeah. Daily is different though. So the daily is breaking down. We see the median got lost and we're rejecting the daily 9. Again, just ties into probably see lower first. Lower for me, it makes sense to gauge it kind of like this. You know, we're almost at the 34. That's at $20.22. I believe that lines up nicely with. No, maybe that was the 2-day. No. So ideally, if the 34 holds on the daily here, then we can kind of at least say then there's less of a chance of us going and testing that $19 region. But if you start losing the 34, yeah, we're probably then going to go down to the 19 region. At that point, you'll be testing the SMA 200 on the weekly. That's your kind of gauge. If we're above the SMA 200 on the weekly, we should go up. As simple as that is, it just works. And you can kind of treat that almost like for where it's at, almost kind of like a mid-range within this major range, essentially a range within a range, right? If I drew a meme line, we just drew it from like this high here, you can see, you know, it's almost acting like a mid-range almost. So a bounce around $19-20 is expected. But that's all I have. I mean, on volatility, you're not really getting anything on the VIX, and again, it's questionable to even look at. Now, what about this? Something to note is the quarterly is now losing the moving average. Interesting to see that. We see that the volatility on the quarterly started to expand. So it contracting, losing the moving average, to me, can give bulls at least a greater chance, or at least bears, I should say. Bears a greater chance of this coming down. Because, let me just see. This started to expand, so we started to really move up. Now if it's contracting, it can be obviously, yeah. But remember, this is closing in 14 days. It's crazy the quarterly is closing soon, so soon. And the quarterly actually paints a nice picture. You know, you can just see how important that $19 is for the VIX. The quarterly can close actually above that EMA 100. That'd be a nice shift. It's been solidly holding us down for multiple quarterly closures. Getting above that and holding it would be good. And not like...
Well, would be terrible.
Well, no, absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Would be good for those that have invested in the VIX ETFs, hopefully a day before, because these go down like crazy over time.
Yeah.
And for
Or
this, you need to
shorts.
have the best type of insider information. So you can buy 0-day expiration calls the day before or puts.
Yeah, it's almost impossible. I pulled off once, like a good sale on it. Like, yeah, just once.
That was literally
impossible.
right when it went to 60s, I think. You had
Yeah, when
actually.
the Japan carry trade, because it had a volatility setup.
So we're not really getting any volatility setups here, but the quarterly is interesting. So you're right. If it does close above that EMA 100, it would be bad. Markets will go down. If you're short bias or in those inverse ETFs where it's short bias like SQQQ, good for you. Bad for investors though. So, I mean, the quarterly paints a nice picture and it matches up with the weekly. And remember, the quarterly is closing this month. So we can actually now use the weekly to gauge at least how the quarterly should shape up. And ideally, it's like we're probably going to come down a little bit. The VIX is probably going to hit 20 to 19 point, but then I'd want to see a bounce there. I mean, that just holds above the EMA 100. And, you know, we can see it's not really populated that much. I mean, it started to populate in 2014. Don't have too much data of this solidly holding above other than this occurrence here, which was here in January 2022. That's funny. So the bear market, we closed above, we retested it. From that retest, we went up 87%. So it's a very big close in my opinion. 2 month maybe? No. Nasty though. Nasty 2 month. Potentially nasty, I guess I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. higher low possibly, so that we'd have to start seeing this move up and not flip red. Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, 1920 watch on the VIX, gauge the estimate 200 on the weekly. Start losing that, which, you know, just as I showed since 2023, each and every time we've lost that has just let us more down. The daily is bearish. We're in a breakdown, so that could line up nicely with us coming down a little bit more. But, you know, with the weekly now shifted to an uptrend, I just need to gauge the next higher low. And until then, I'm going to be looking at this scenario. We come down, test around $19, form a weekly higher low, and then we start moving up, causing markets to have that correction into next quarter.
Thank you. We're going to go with Bitcoin after, so get your Bitcoin ready.
Are you having one of your Bitcoin?
You sound too far. You sound like an old man whispering into the wind.
But I'm using my AirPods microphones connected right to my face.
I don't understand how that happened, but it's the truth. I don't like Farhan. Only I lie all the time, except now.
Does it sound better now?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, sir. All right, let's look at the motherfucking VIX. Vamos a ver el VIX. Aquí la cosa es, esta chingadera es imposible de hacerle TA. Pueden ver por qué. Simplemente esto es una manera de medir volatilidad en el mercado. Cuando esto sube, normalmente el mercado baja. Enero del 2020, ¿saben qué pasó después? Octubre del 2008, ¿saben qué pasó después? Julio 24, todavía no ha pasado nada. ¿No se les hace interesante? Es la única que tiene un spike de este tamaño donde no pasó nada. Esto fue el reverse carry trade de Japón. Ahora, vamos a verlo. Están viendo la trimestral. ¿Qué es lo que podemos ver desde este punto? Hemos visto hacer al precio del VIX bajos más altos. Sí, ha hecho altos más altos, pero altos más bajos por acá. Pero es imposible hacer TA esta cosa. La única cosa que me dijo que iba a haber un breakout cuando lo hice enfrente de ustedes fue simplemente un setup de volatilidad que tomé instantáneamente. Y por cierto, si inviertes en un ETF del VIX, más te vale que le pegues justo cuando va a subir. Y la razón por qué es porque se diluye a través del tiempo muy cabrón. Muy cabrón. Mucho más que el del gas natural, por ejemplo. Pero bueno, acercándonos un poco más, les voy a poner el nivel más importante, en mi opinión, del VIX. Y es justamente este. 21.29, que ahorita también Alex lo acaba de poner por ahí. La razón por qué es importante es porque debajo de este nivel, déjenme cambio, actualizamos esto a nuestro nuevo look. Ahí está. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque abajo de esta línea tenemos básicamente contracción. Pero cuando estamos por encima de la línea es donde tenemos estos golpes. Lo pueden ver acá, lo pueden ver acá, lo pueden ver acá. Eso quiere decir que cierres por encima del 21-29 son esenciales para que esto continúe siendo alcista. Aunque, de nuevo, desde el 2017 hemos hecho bajos más altos y hemos continuado esa tendencia. Lo que no nos ha dicho que vamos a caer en una temporada de cero volatilidad, no es imposible. Pero algo que es preocupante es justamente lo que estamos viendo ahora. ¿Por qué? Porque hemos visto, estamos por arriba del promedio del 100, 55, todos, 9, todos. Y lo tomamos todo una vez que pudimos retomar el promedio del 9 justamente acá en octubre del 2024. Y ahora vamos para arriba y nos estamos encontrando con nuestra resistencia y es lo que nos está manteniendo abajo. Una vez que podamos cerrar esto, todavía faltan 14 horas y 7 días para cerrar esto. Si lo podemos cerrar encima de esto, encima de todos estos promedios, esto va a tener un movimiento bastante pesado a la alza. Es lo que mínimo esperaríamos. De nuevo, es imposible medir el VIX. Pero la última vez que tuvimos un movimiento así fue acá. ¿Y qué fue lo que pasó en ese entonces? Esto fue... perfecto, enero del 2021. Excelente. No mamen. Ok. ¿Cuál fue la otra que hizo un movimiento parecido? Donde lo retomó. Esa fue la más clara de todas. Acá. Y de acá, perfecto. El 2008. Excelente. Excelente. No quiero decir que algo malo va a pasar y que los mercados van a ser muy bajistas, aunque si han estado siguiendo el canal saben y perfectamente que hemos empezado nuestras compras bajistas, que son excelentes, pero no pinta bien la cosa. Por ahora tenemos un cierre más alto en el VIX de lo que, bueno, potencialmente más alto de lo que hemos visto básicamente desde octubre del 2022. ¿Quién recuerda qué pasó en octubre del 2022? Fue básicamente el fondo del mercado. Pero lo de antes, que fue acá en abril del 2022, fue cuando tomó el promedio del 9 y nos llevó por encima al gran mercado bajista del 2022, la recesión que no fue recesión porque le cambiamos nombre. Entonces, ¿qué podemos esperar del VIX? Yo creo que es innecesario verlo en temporalidades más bajas. Pueden ver acá un poco el jueguito que nos está dando. Creemos que el VIX puede venir, dar una corrección acá y después dar ese rebote que está buscando. Faltan 17 días para cerrar. No, debe de ser mucho menos la trimestral. 14 días y 7 horas para cerrar esta vela. Si cierra por encima de 21, 29, yo diría que agárrense porque algo extraño se viene. No tengo idea qué sea, igual y es parte de lo que ya estamos viendo, pero eso sería el escenario negativo. Ahora, pierde el nivel de los 17.61 y olvídalo, toda esta tesis se va al culo y nos vamos para abajo con el VIX por acá a disfrutar una consolidación en lo que todo el mercado se tranquiliza. Pero por ahora, el VIX tiene postura alcista. Estamos haciendo algo que hemos hecho solamente en temporalidades, bueno, en crisis. La neta, honestamente, es crisis, pura crisis. Nada más no me gusta decir eso porque, pues, da igual. A fin de cuentas, las crisis solo duran un año, ya viéndolas para atrás, ¿no? Vale, eso es el VIX. Vámonos con Bitcoin. Vamos con Bitcoin. I'm telling you, there's something with the voice that you're making. Do you want to jump in, Farhan, or you want to do it, Alex?
Yeah.
The last one. Okay.
If he wants to do it first, he can do it first.
There
But
you
I
go.
got mine ready.
There you
Yeah,
go.
you
Sir.
do it first, my good sir.
Thank you, good sir. But
Don't get
muchas
the
gra-
old person voice. They're gonna
muchas
go after
gracias,
Fauci.
senor.
They're gonna go get him.
We're gonna give him the Fauci ouchie.
We're gonna give him the ouchie now in the Fauci.
So we'll start with the monthly. So right now on the monthly, we do have several rejections of this median, which gives you a 61.8% chance of hitting the bottom 30 at 0.2% once you lose the 9 EMA. So right now off of the 9 EMA, we are getting a couple of bounces off of it. We've bounced off of it twice now on the monthly, and we've gone back and basically rejected the top 5%. So we're in kind of a range between, the 5 EMA. So we're in a range between this 9 EMA and the 5 EMA. If you were to get back over the 5 EMA, that's where the situation would happen, where I think we'd tap somewhere between $88,000 to $90,000. I would still look at that as an ultimate rejection point and continue to go downwards. So it's not whether when we hit if we hit the bottom 38.2%, it's more of a when we hit the bottom 38.2%. And the next time around you lose the 90 EMA, I think that's when we capitulate, where we lose the $80,000 area for the third time around. I think that's where we're going to drop heavily towards this bottom 38.2%, which is somewhere around $65,000 to $63,000. Keep that number in the back of your mind. Switch down to the momentum. Right now, momentum on the monthly has dropped below the moving average, and volatility is, as of this moment, above the moving average in an expansion phase. The last time that we had this happen, had this occur, with volatility to the downside, upside, and momentum to the downside, that was right over here, right before we had this dump in June of 2024. That was right before the Japan trade. Oh, I zoomed in a little bit. How do I zoom out? Fuck.
What happened?
I zoomed in by accident.
Oh,
I don't know how to zoom out.
do you have a Mac?
Yeah.
With both your fingers. Hang on a second. Look at me. Just look at the screen. With both your fingers, click and do this.
Click.
Yeah, click and do this.
I don't think you click, right?
It's not
Did
doing
that
it.
do it?
Nope.
It's because of the screen?
Yeah,
Hang
it's
on.
zoomed
So
in.
do so in mine, this is brutal. I have a magic fucking stupid thing. I do 3 like clicks with 3 of my fingers because normally that counters the zoom. It'll zoom in and then zoom out. Sorry, everyone. Just trying to fix this shit. Did that work?
What the heck? No. You see? It's all zoomed in here.
Hang on. Close your I'll do this. Close your browser and reopen it. Look at this. Bitcoin.
It's not changing that at all. It's just zooming this part out.
All right.
That's weird.
Well, this
All
is,
right, I guess I'll just do it like this.
you sure?
Yeah, if it doesn't work like this, then I guess I'll do it like that. I'll close the tab and then open it back up.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't work, then it is what it is.
Then exactly.
And I think that fixed it.
Good.
I think that fixed
We're
it.
gonna
Yep,
go into the
beautiful.
most beautiful recession you've ever seen. It's a beautiful recession.
I've seen a lot of recessions, believe me. The most tremendous. Many people are saying it. Not me, but many people are saying it.
It'll have trees. It'll have toilets.
It'll be much better than Obama's recession.
It'll be much greater and bigger than Obama's recession. It'll make it look like a little wimp's recession.
My recession will be similar to that of the Great Depression.
Because we only do great things. Make recessions great again.
On the 2-week right now, we are getting momentum shifting to the upside with volatility still in the bearish control zone, still below the moving average. So it doesn't really mean that much right now, which is something that you should pay attention to. And right now, volatility is starting to shift down, but that's also still above the moving average. It's just getting into posturing for getting ready into a phase where it could get a corrective bounce, but it has not given it yet just yet. And right now, the jewel is still giving you the God mode sell signal, and you're getting just the startings of the pink crossing below the yellow and the dark blue losing the bullish control zone. This is quite the sell signal. This is pretty epic sell signal. Let's draw this with a vertical line right here. Oops. Vertical line for when that happened right there. It hasn't really happened right now. We're just kind of front running it. Oops. Happened right there. Happened right there. And that's all the examples we can have because before that we didn't have any yellow. And let's see how much we dropped. 73%, not bad. %19.69%. Pretty nice number if you ask me. And then it bounced and then it went down about 57%. And this time around, we've only gone down 1.7%. Let's take it 19.69%. That'd be roughly $67,000. Let's take it 50%. Brings us to very close to around $42,000 to $41,000. Keep that low 40s in the back of your mind as well.
Man, some people are gonna have to keep it in the back of their ass if it gets
Indeed.
to 40.
because they're gonna be getting a very unwelcome red dildo in the bunghole.
They're gonna be railed like by Mendingo. He's got the greatest dick of all time. It's gonna rail them all.
Believe me, I've seen a lot of dicks.
But this one, that's a special one, let me tell you.
On the weekly right now, you're getting the same signal as the 2-week where you should be on the lookout for a bounce because you're getting momentum starting to shift back up, very close to getting out of the bearish control zone and getting over the moving average, and you're getting volatility just starting to get very close to contraction phase. And right now, you have put in somewhat of a bottoming candle right here, right front running this 55 EMA on the weekly. So confirmation for me for continuation is going to be if we get a close over 85,344. Then I would expect to move somewhere around this 21 to 9 EMA, right around that 88 to $90,000 zone, possibly up towards this 38.2 at around 91, but I don't see it getting any higher than that. And very likely this is going to be our prime short zone. I'm actually probably going to post a short setup of on the academy for this, because I do have the order set for myself to take this short. And my stop loss would be anywhere around this candle high, which is around like 90, what is that, 94. Yeah, 94,469 would be the logical stop loss. If it gets over that area, then it's likely going to go towards the median around 100 something $1,000. And if it doesn't get to that area, very likely you're going to dump towards this 100, which is around $63,000. That same number comes back again. And if we were to do the rough percentage move from there, if you're wrong by about 3%, if you're right, you catch a 30% move. Pretty nice. On the 5-day as well, giving you the same idea, where momentum is getting over the moving average, still within the bearish control zone, while volatility is now in a contraction phase, giving you an idea of a mean reversion bounce. And that's where after you put in this little bit of a this is a doji, but after a move to the downside, it can be considered as a bottoming candle. But we want to see it follow through with a close above this wick high around 85,344, and that's what will activate that move towards $90,000. And that $90,000 move is going to be, in my opinion, the ultimate bull trap.
Right
now,
I'm also on board on that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's going to be the most fuckery ever. We went down to
It's going to be a
70s
beautiful
twice.
bull trap. We're going to put all the bulls in it.
We went to almost to the 70s twice, and then we put in what looks like a higher low and healthy structure, only to go up to a massive FU candle. And on the 2-day, we're also getting momentum to the upside. And we know Bitcoin always likes to take the massive FU candle route. On the 2-day, we're getting momentum to the upside. We're getting volatility to the downside, telling you corrective bounce most likely. And what closing over this $85,344 area would also give you is it will give you a close over this 100 and this 9 EMA, which then very likely sends you up to retest this 21 EMA towards the or also the 55 EMA to retest the silver cross. Very likely that's also around that $89,000 to $90,000 area. Very, very likely the silver cross is a rejection point, marking our next lower high in a series of lower highs before our dump towards first this 200, and then eventually towards the 63,200, sitting at $73,000. Daily is also pointing to the upside on momentum, very close to getting into the bullish control zone, while volatility is now fairly close to starting to expand, with the daily jewel giving us a pretty nice sell signal, buy signal. I mean, we're flipping into a buy and breaking out of the bearish control zone. Let's mark with the vertical line whenever we had the jewel flip into a buy signal within the bearish control zone. It flipped by a little bit earlier. No, it's right there. So that's a good point. We should see pretty respectable moves with the buy signal within the bearish control zone. Because one of the key things for the jewel is to remember wherever it flips, you have to see in the area where it flips, and the area is most of the significance. You want to see the sell signals towards the top, and you want to see the buy signals towards the bottom.
It's kind of like volatility setups, no?
Yeah. It combines volatility with Fibonacci's and momentum.
Damn.
It's a whole bunch of things combined into one. That's why it's kind of expensive.
So it's like Captain Planet. Did you ever see that?
No. I think that's before my time.
That's way before. Earth, water, with all of our gay powers combined, we are Captain Planet. And they turn into a dude that looks like a cleaning product spokesperson, but he saves the world.
This one dumped. Well, first initially pumped 2.3%. We're looking for moves to the upside. So that was kind of a failure, only went up 2%. But this one, however, went up 22%. This one, kind of a failure because it did dump. It initially went up about 1.4%. So 2% seems to be the low number. We've probably already made that 2% move. This one was quite nice. Ooh, quite the success. A lot more than 2%. 87.7%. I don't think we're going to move up 87% here, just keeping it real with you. 12%. Failure. Is it a failure? 2%, so I hit the minimum number. And as of this moment, oops, we've only seen a 1.6% move to the upside. So if we were to see 2%, it would be right around that 200 SMA at 84,124. And if you remember, our current resistance number is around 85,000-ish area. So a little bit away from that, about $1,000 away. And if we were to apply the medium move of around, I believe it was 20%. Brings us to about $99,000. Fair warning, though, I don't think that's going to happen. I still think my bias is still towards somewhere around $88,000 to $90,000, unless the invalidation for that is if we lose $82,000. If we lose $82,000, then I don't think we're going to get that bounce, and I think we're going to go dump straight to 73. But if we
That
do
would
get
be
over
terrible,
that,
though, no? If he just goes down more and more and
yeah,
he doesn't even do that.
I see a little difficult for that to happen, though.
Me
I see
too.
like just a free ride. Then, like you could have just blindly shorted it and made money. It seems a little too easy.
Yeah, 100%.
But if it is actually the bear market, then the beginning of the bear market is where the shorts really get it easy. Because the beginning is where most people refuse to accept that it's a bear market.
But we've already gone through the beginning now. I feel I feel like we just need the only thing we're missing is that mega pump that
I think
leads
we
everyone
still
to
have to
believe.
get that dump that we got in January of 2022, where Bitcoin fell from like $50,000 towards 30s in one candle. I think we still haven't gotten that. I think that'll be our move down to like 63.
But after the big move towards the upside, I would say, because then it's like you said, too easy. Then our shorts will make
Yeah.
us trillionaires,
And
and then everyone.
I think that'll be the move towards 88 to 90K.
Mm-hmm.
Just tickle them a little bit by tapping the 90s.
Oh yeah, everyone's really willing to be bullish.
They're all willing to be tickled.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
They're all willing to be diddled.
Oh, all these bottom finders.
The diddlers.
That should be. we need to make a sex app called Bottom Finders, but it's really a trading app.
And on the side, it acts like a gay dating app. Because there are no women trading.
None.
No.
Well, no, there's a few here, which is surprising.
Like in the community.
They're probably
Yeah.
secretly men.
Like the first one, the VIX Ether. I mean, Ether is a woman's name, and then we also have Tere, Teresa.
Hey, that's our cleaning lady's name.
Wait a minute.
On the 4-hour, we're also getting momentum shifting to the upside with the volatility shifting down, giving you an idea of a corrective bounce. And then if you look at the jewel has now lost its sell signal. It's like, sure, the posturing isn't the best. It's still curved to the downside. So if we were to lose this median, this jewel would curve back into a sell signal. But as of right now, we are above the median. Median's at 82,577. So right now, what it does seem likely is if we continue to close over the median, excuse me, this will continue as a neutral signal, and then it possibly switching over into a buy signal, continuing this bounce to the upside. What will likely switch into a buy signal is closing over this 38.2% at around $83,569. Very nice number. That'll likely switch to a buy signal and continue us up towards this 100 EMA at around $85,300. And remember that 85,000 was 85,300 and what's it here? Yeah, $85,337 number is the one that we have to close over to continue towards 88 to 90. And 85,337 is literally like $20 away from this 100 EMA. Very nice how those numbers like to line up. Now let's switch towards the RSI. Ding. Oh, Meta's forming bearish divergence on the monthly. Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Let's
Oh,
start with the
wow.
quarterly.
Well, that's impossible.
I'm sorry to mention this, Scott. You're gonna have to close your ears. We got many highs and higher highs on the price action. We have constant lower highs in the RSI, forming quarterly bearish divergence on Bitcoin on the 3 month, which is the quarterly. How many times can I say
Well,
quarterly?
Farhan,
Maybe a few more times.
if I may say so, there's only tailwinds ahead, though. If you think about it, there's no bad news coming. We already got the crypto president, Gary Gensler's gone, so I think this is just the bottom before we
Yeah, you
continue
got
to
me
go
there.
way higher. I mean, it might dip to 0, but then it'll eventually get to $3 billion. So, all
Oh
right,
yeah,
bye.
quick correction to 0 and then V reverse.
That is fucking crazy about the quarterly divergences to the downside. Fucking well,
I have
bearish
s-
divergences.
I have some stink bids sitting at 50 cents. On the monthly, we have confirmed bearish divergence, and it was confirmed last month, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing below $95,150. Quite the ways away right now. Even if you were to tap $90,000, it still wouldn't get close to that $95,000 area. And some sombering information, close your ears, Scott. Every single time that we've confirmed bearish divergence on the monthly, it's been a bear market. There's not been a single time where we confirmed it and it wasn't the bear market.
Oh
Here's some information.
no!
Here's something that Scott might like though. We have a massive inverse head and shoulders forming on the monthly RSI, which if you were to give that a target, that would take you right as of this moment to somewhere around $169,000. Quite high.
Aha.
$168,800.
Tailwinds. I told you.
But
Tailwinds.
big but, like it was Colombian. To confirm this inverse head and shoulders, you'd have to close over $121,700. So it's
Ah!
very likely not going to happen on this cycle. This is one of those formations that takes a long time to play out, and it can very easily drop to this middle point in the RSI before it continues to play out. And the middle point on the RSI is right now at $43,000. Lines up very beautifully with my bias, as you remember that number from before, low to mid 40s. And that would be the most Bitcoin thing ever to come down to the middle, make a perfect inverse head and shoulders, come a little bit away from invalidating it, and then send it up. And that would take like 2 years to play out. 2 week
I
has
mean that.
confirmed 3 drives of. I'm sorry.
No. I was going to say 2 years is plenty of time for Kathy Wood to be forgotten and then come back. So
Yep.
yeah, that makes sense.
Kathy Woods with, you know what, as a Sahara Desert.
Kathy is drier than the gin I like.
I have to watch what I say at the moment.
Oh, good luck with that.
2 week 2 week has confirmed bearish divergence and many drives of bearish divergence. And every single time we've had this many drives of bearish divergence on the 2 week, it's been a bear market, some sombering information. And it's going to be active as long as we're closing below $94,468 on the 2 week. Very unlikely that we close over that number on the 2 week. It's even unlikely that we tap it, but unlikely even more that we close on over it. And the next continuation on the divergence is going to be any tick below $76,702. Very, very likely that brings you down rapidly towards 73 for a little bit of a bounce, and then towards maybe even a medium-term bounce. But I don't think we're going to get the big bounce until somewhere around 63. And right now, 2 week is also giving us a fresh volatility setup with volatility dropping just to 50 right now at 15%, and moving average is pretty close to catching up. The last 2 times we had this setup that it fired off, it was to the upside. This looks like it's going to be the first one to fire off to the downside since the bear market. So we have a lot of points right now lining up in favor of a bear market. Weekly, I do have to point this out, even though it disagrees with my bias, is that we have possible hidden bullish divergence in the weekly by dropping to lower lows on momentum and making higher lows on price action. It will be confirmed if we can make a weekly close above $85,344. It's a little bit easier to confirm now. Beforehand, though, that would have taken us to new all-time highs. Now, unlikely it takes us to new all-time highs. Now it's a lot more likely it takes us to somewhere around $94,000, which even then would still be a lower high, even if it confirmed, and still primed for lower. Right now, to get a proper reversal, we'd have to get a weekly close above $99,520, basically $100,000, and that would probably sign us up to current all-time highs. And we can get a close above there, significantly new all-time highs. 5-day also is forming a possible hidden bullish divergence. You'll have to close above, come on, $85,344, and that gives you a target of somewhere around $94,000. And 5 days also giving you that, still giving you that volatility setup. And if you remember, it expanded to the downside. So as of this moment, probabilities are still that it continues to the downside overall, unless you close over that $100,000 figure. 2-day has confirmed bullish divergence, and it's going to stay active as long as you're closing above $76,702, which is the same number that you needed to dump us for 73K. And if you do tick below this number, probably pretty quickly towards this 200 SMA around that $73,000 number. Continuation on the divergence is going to be any close above 85,344, and that likely sends you up toward that $90,000 area to retest the silver cross. Daily previously had bullish divergence confirmed, but now it has put in fresh drive hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $85,113. And a continuation of the divergence is going to be any tick below 76,702, and that likely takes you towards 73 and then 63. 4-hour has now hidden bullish divergence, likely sending you up a little bit before that daily hidden bearish takes effect, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing above, what's this number, 82,044. So basically $82,000, and continuation is going to be closing above 185,113. That very likely sends you up towards this 200 SMA around that $89,000 to $90,000 area.
Kind of
So I
seems
really
like
hope that
above
happens.
84. Kind of seems like above 84,400 is the, all right, we're hitting the banana zone and we can go into the basically 90s almost, right? Like that would be the
I think I'm gonna move my entry from 90,000 to like 89.5 to make sure I get filled. I'd rather be filled and not really catch the perfect entry. Because I love getting filled, no DD.
I was gonna say, yeah, you sound like Kathy. She loves getting filled. Yeah. Sorry,
Fill more.
it's fucking Monday.
Sorry, fellas, I'm a child.
Exactly.
On the monthly, we have that, as we mentioned before, that volatility setup, where volatility has dropped below 15%, and now it's getting ready to expand. The last 2 times this has expanded, it was a 50-50. One happened when we didn't have bearish divergence, which expanded to the upside. And then the time where we had bearish divergence, it expanded to the downside. If you note now, we have the same setup that we did when it expanded to the downside. We have a high on momentum, higher high on price, lower high on momentum, bearish divergence, and then the volatility expanded, we had a massive dump. We have a high on price, higher high in price, lower high on momentum, confirmed bearish divergence. Very likely this is going to expand to the downside. And when we started expanding from here, how much did we move? Expanded after this candle? No, from the downside setup. Expanded after this candle. So then we immediately dumped another 52.69%. So let's say we expand from here. Dump another 50%. Takes us to about $40,000. $41,000. You remember that number? It's my bias.
Yeah, right into your bias. Yeah.
Interesting. Very beautiful. Right now, monthly momentum is going to be pointed to the downside as long as we're below $101,950. This is basically the only thing that'll get me to flip back over into being macro bullish. Is if this monthly momentum does flip up, I'm gonna have no choice but being macro bullish. But no matter what happens, we could even like say we go into the most banana zone possible. Say we go to $95,000. Even that wouldn't take me into being macro bullish as long as this monthly momentum is to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
On the 2-week, we are approaching an volatility setup just like the monthly. And as of right now, we have 2-week many drives of bearish divergence confirmed, and we're going to be pointing to the downside as long as we're below $102,550. Weekly is getting now a volatility setup for many periods of 0%. we're sitting at 25% on volatility, and we're still to the downside as long as we're below $96,200. 5-day as well as getting that volatility set up, and we're pointed down as long as we're below 83,350. We're getting very close. But we also have how many days left? 4 days left and 10 hours to go before this closes. 2 days, once again, shifting to the downside, and we're going to be down as long as we're below 87,150. Daily is pointed up with contracting volatility telling you it's likely a corrective move, and we're pointed up as long as we're above 82,650. And 4 hours also shifted up with expanding volatility now, and we're going to be pointed down, going along with our hidden bullish divergence on the RSI, and we're going to be pointed up, and we have hidden bullish divergence on the stochastic. We're pointed up as long as we're above 82,950. So now all of the high time frames on Bitcoin are aligning to the downside. It is giving you quite the bearish outlook. You're getting setups that you have not gotten since right before the Luna dump in 2022. You're getting a monthly volatility setup with monthly bearish divergence confirmed on the stochastic plus the RSI, which would give you targets of hitting somewhere around 73 for a bounce and then somewhere around 63 for a bigger bounce until eventually hitting somewhere in the low to mid 40s. Right now on the lower time frames, like the daily and the 4-hour momentum is shifting to the upside while putting in some bullish divergences, telling you we likely will continue to a little bit of to the upside from here. If we get over $85,350 on a 4-hour closing basis, very, very likely that sends us up towards somewhere around $88,000 to $90,000. High probability that's going to be a lower high though, and then from there drop down to somewhere around 73 for a little bit of a bounce, then somewhere around 60 for a bigger bounce. I would say that bigger bounce takes us to maybe somewhere around 78 to maybe even 80s. Very, very likely rejection point from there into somewhere around like slow bleed. First quick nuke to somewhere around 60s, and then from there slow bleed to like 40s. And from the 40s, I believe that'll be our bear market bottom. Maybe we grind out a bottom somewhere around there for a couple of months, and then reverse over the next year or two into new all-time highs. But right now, my bias on the macro is towards down.
So no tailwinds.
No tailwinds, only headwinds.
Well,
Only headwinds. Headwinds ahead. Yeah. Let's see here. That was a good analysis, and I agree with you, Parn. I just think the timing here is going to be super key. I think that rally up to 91K will happen. But for me, I just think we have to go lower first. I'm going to show why. So we've had lots to chop. Let's start with the daily. We've had insane chop right around that SMA 200. Whenever you're reclaiming, losing, this is what chop is. But right now, technically, we are now dealing with an SFP play. So, we were holding that SMA 200. It was looking highly probable that we were actually going to go and test that daily EMA 200. Remember, that was pretty big support, as we can see. Price was holding above that for multiple days until we had like this mini capitulation down. As long as you're under the SMA 200, though, your bias does have to be down, and it just makes sense. So, we deviated the SMA 200, and now what we had today was just a rally up to that. This is the bearish retest, and if this is going to play out, I need today to actually flip red. If we go to the lower time frames, like the 4-hour, not the 5-hour, but the 4-hour. I was looking at this channel over the weekend, breaking down, especially with the 4-hour giving us almost a volatility setup, not fully. We're just, again, getting lots of chop here. But, as long as we are under like $84,000, in my opinion, this is a greater chance of breaking down. And the next logical target is that 73,700 level, which I do find it interesting how the 2-day SMA 200 is sitting right around there, along with the EMA 100 on the 2-day, telling me this will probably give us a big reaction. For me, though, it was interesting to see crypto Twitter. I mean, they were all hung up yesterday about a whale short, I think, 13, 14 million, 40x size. So, everyone I saw, like even influencers, like bulls essentially were trying to team up and liquidate this person. To me, that was just funny. Yeah, it's funny because I'm just like, what? and they failed. And now those people are trapped longs currently, while that short is printing nicely. And as long as we are under 84,000, we have a greater chance of going down and testing that $73,000 level. It just makes sense. I mean, if you view it on the 2-day, what do we have? Well, we have that silver cross retest finally done. Remember, the 2-day is in a silver cross to the downside, and it's just very fresh. And you can see here that this is technically the first tap of the EMA 9 on the 2-day, while everyone gets max bullish here talking about higher. I'm looking at this like, well, we're deviating the SMA 200 on the daily. The 2-day just tested the silver cross. You also have confluence of this zone right around 80, 84, 9, 85s being major resistance because you have that 2-day EMA 100. You have the 2-day silver cross. You also have that EMA 200 on the daily. And that's sitting up 85.5. This is, in my opinion, where I expect the rally to stop. If we end up squeezing hard from this zone, expecting the rally to totally stop by 85.5. And it makes sense because if we start reclaiming above that.
There you go. Can you please just repeat the last part before you zoomed
out? Yeah. So for me, I'm expecting worst case scenario if, let's say, we start squeezing up hard. Let's say the 4-hour bullish divergence takes us up. I'm expecting the rally to stop at the daily EMA 200. 85.5 is kind of the spot I'm expecting us to reject. It makes sense. The daily EMA 21 sitting right around there. Be the second zone you would reject simply because of the silver cross. But also, we have that EMA 200. And like I showed in the beginning of this analysis, that was pretty strong support. We were getting pretty big moves from that point. Let's measure it. From that EMA 200, we got a 10.8% pump. We got a 8.5% pump. And then losing it, right, gave us that nice dump of 10.7%. So how I interpret that is this is a major zone for Bitcoin. I mean, if we go and backtest this and actually look at what has occurred when we have deviated and gotten follow through either up or down from that EMA 200 on the daily, let's observe and see actually. So let me get all these off so we can just focus on that one. Okay. So we came down here, hit 52, started to trek up. It really wasn't until we reclaimed the daily EMA 200, back tested it, held it as support before we started to really move up on Bitcoin. Here you see, once we lost it, this was very solid resistance the whole way. I mean, rallies up, of course, can wick above it, but as long as you're under there, you are in breakdown posturing. From that rejection here, Bitcoin then led down another 11.69%. Nice. Here as well. You lost it. We'll take it from this point. Bitcoin then capitulated down 16% almost in one day. Here as well, you lost it, you rallied up. That was a pretty aggressive rally. I mean, got everyone horny again. 9% up, but I mean, that again rejected us down, formed the higher low. We got back above, and that's really what sparked that move back up to the 70s. Lots of chop here. But notice how the chop's always around the daily EMA 200. It's either an SFP to down or it's a reclaim to up. But generally, these have led to big points on the chart. This one's very obvious. Lost it, tapped it, rejected. This move led us down 10%. Right? And then we see here, reclaimed it, held it, went up. So my point being, if we are entering a bear market, we have to then really look at the daily EMA 200 being the spot. I mean, what was massive support now needs to be looked at as massive resistance. And on the bear market, I mean, we had massive rallies up from this point. Bitcoin went up from the wick low. I'll take it from this one. 31%, that's an insane rally. We perfectly tapped the daily EMA 200, and from that point, we nuked down. Nice SFP, lost it, never even rallied up, and then this is the whole move of the bear market. And you can see this whole bear market move, you were very far from the daily EMA 200. So how I'm interpreting this is the monthly is bearish, the 2 weeks putting in multiple drives of bearish divergence. The weekly is giving us volatility set up on the index, and it is in bearish posturing. We're now flirting with the daily EMA 200. We're getting a lot of people. I follow a lot of bears, and I talk to a lot of bears just on my own time. Have a lot of people flipping biases where they want to short higher, or longs are scaling in here thinking that we're going to squeeze higher. For me, I've been in this, at least when shorting, I learned carefully not to flip-flop biases before I get at least confirmation of that, because it loses money. And until we reclaim this zone here, I'm on the bias that Bitcoin is just, in my opinion, brewing a breakdown, and you're going to get lots of chop in this zone. And granted, you have, I mean, it's just been lots of chop. But this move up that we had from the 76 all the way up to the 85.5 really did nothing for bulls. And yes, the daily pivot is up, but I mean, it's sitting at 82.6. So it's not like it's dramatically up. It can quickly turn down, especially if the daily flips red. So if we go and now view all the moving averages again, what do we have? Well, you know, this daily is looking heavy. We had, I think that consumer spending, I think today, the report.
Retail sales.
Yeah, retail sales. And I think it missed, right?
Yeah, it was below expectations.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't that just tie into kind of the recession fears? The normal consumer doesn't have as much money as they did. I don't know. I click buttons, so that's kind of how I interpret it. I don't know, though.
Yeah, no. It definitely means that they were expecting a certain amount of sales in just the retail sector, and they just didn't get it like as much as they thought, which means, yeah, the consumer is completely fucked.
Yeah.
Watch, they do some number revising in the next couple of months, and they're like, we've actually been in a recession for the last year and a half.
This is what, by the way, this is what I've been saying. This is what they're going to do, because you know how they're floating around the idea that it's a recession. There's two things that can happen with that. One, this is a mega bear trap, mega, and everything is going to turn around and go mega bullish because now they're telling us the recession's coming, or they're just prefacing what's. This is what I think it's happening. What they're doing is they're just getting everyone ready to accept we're going to go into a recession by the time they declare it. And they did this in 2008. You guys were barely born, I think. And in 2008, my guy turned around, looks back and goes, oh man, all these incredible data we've had, it's wrong. We've been in a recession for 13 months already. So we only had to live in a recession for another quarter or so. After that, that's how they do it. They don't tell you when you enter a recession. They don't tell you. They wait until the end to tell you. So when it becomes formal, you should be really close to the bottom, if not already bouncing. Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
They also make sure that the people who short on that news get fucked.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like the doomers, you know, they start max shorting then. Makes sense to me. You know, Bitcoin on the daily is interesting because what we see is on the index, we are finding resistance around the 38.2%. You know, the daily was trying to break out here, you know, but again, just that SMA 200 kind of was holding us down. Now what we see is we do close under, you know, this 38.2%, and let's say it doesn't move or it shifts up, we'll have a measured move to the median, which is currently at 79,600. Which is nice because, you know, that is TP. I believe that is around, you know, the TP1 of the Discord chart, I believe. But what you'll notice here is this 38.2% on the daily sitting right around 76,950, right around that wick low. So what you can interpret that as, for me, at least what I'm doing, is we really start taking out that wick low, you're going to see a nice dump. All the people that are, you know, trying to catch the bottom along this, will round trip, because you know what you're seeing around crypto Twitter is all that bullish divergence talk on the daily, but you do need that local low to confirm. You know, for me, what would be max pain is coming down from this point, testing around this zone, fulfilling the monthly setup, and then getting the bigger bounce. Because on my higher time frame view, I mean, it kind of makes sense with Farons. I just think, like I said, the timing's just a little different. So what I have here is, I have technically, we're going to get follow through, and this setup on the HPDR is going to play out. You know, that's going to fulfill the bearish divergence to an extent and hit the monthly EMA 21. but also the 38.2% on the monthly, which is the logical place to go, especially if we're rejecting the median. But what's holding us now and the bulls' dreams and hopes alive is that the monthly 9 is still holding price. And so this is closing in 14 days. We'll have to watch really closely, but you really start losing the monthly 9. It'll give us great confluence of this scenario playing out. But since we saw on the 2-day, we have, the SMA 200, the EMA 100, all right around that zone, closer to 73,000. For me, it'd make a lot of sense to see kind of like a capitulation candle, because what I'm going to imagine is you're going to see a lot of people scale longs around that 69K. And it makes sense. I mean, previous all-time high, remember, Bitcoin's never had consolidation above a previous all-time high like this. So naturally, what you're going to get is people scaling and looking at this as almost like an SR flip, right? What was resistance flipped into support. To me, that seems way too easy, and that's sitting at 69,000. So in order to actually fulfill that HBDR setup, you would need to go down to closer to 64,000, which from 69K is still, I believe it was 8%. Let me see, 7%. Which means 30x or higher, you're liquidated on that move. But I do think then at that point, we're going to see a bigger bounce on Bitcoin. And I do think that's when we can get our move to 91s. It makes sense, right? At this point, we'll be testing really close, or in quotations, close to that monthly high or low. We'll know the 2-week, the weekly, and under are in a downtrend. But at this point, I can imagine once we lose 69K in that like aggressive dump, you're gonna have a lot of short scale in there. They're gonna front run the close, and for me, what would make a lot of sense to see a reaction of the 21, especially when we've seen just how strong the 9 has been on the monthly. That fulfills the HBDR setup. We can go down, closer to 63, 64,000. All the 69K longs close. And then, here's where we can actually take our long for our mean reversion bounce. And it makes sense. Even on, let's say, the bear market of 2022, basically, we lost the 9. We went to the 21. You had a nice bounce from the 21. But you'll notice you wicked a little under it. You came up, you held the 21. You held it for, few closures until you essentially lost it, formed that lower high and then went down. But from that 21, I mean, you still bounced up 31%. And to me, this seems very likely to me. I mean, you get a lot of short scaling in here, at this point, and then, no one's going to want a long, especially if it's under 69K. We'll know, though, that this setup is going to give us a high probability of a bounce, and that's when I want to start looking for longs for the Academy. Because, I mean, even if we just play the monthly 9, that still could be a 25% bounce. But we know Bitcoin loves the dirty dance, and for me, it would make a lot of sense to come all the way up to 91s and actually test that zone. Because what you'll notice here is, how funny would it be if we just broke away from 91Ks, nuked all the way down to the 60s, and then what you'll notice is you'll just leave like that bearish retest never got done, never solidified ever. Often Bitcoin loves to just turbo rally it back up so we actually can fulfill that. But then what would that essentially put in? Well, 2-week lower high, weekly lower high, especially when we know that the trend is very freshly down now. I mean, after this dump, we essentially shifted the weekly and 2-week trend down. So the hopium now is that, yes, we get a bounce here. We start moving up and we can actually test closer to the 2-week 9, but also the weekly EMA 9. But what you'll notice is last week we didn't even close above the 34. So, it still is in favor of bears. And to me, we really, like, if we do reclaim the 34, okay, we can make an argument up to going to the 88s, to 89,000. But until then, I mean, this is still looking like it's just on the verge of going down and actually testing that weekly EMA 100. That is sitting right at 63,554. That's been a major level on Bitcoin's chart that I've been talking about. That move down to 49,000 was essentially where we were looking to max long Bitcoin. We missed it by a few thousand, it just happens. But this reaction here at least tells me that, yeah, there's a lot of money right around that weekly EMA 100, which is sitting right around the HBDR 38.2%, right around the monthly EMA 21, right around the 2-day SMA 200, I believe, right? No, slightly around it at 73,000. So, you know, you're just getting a lot of like, to me, a lot of things that are just pointing to a little bit lower, but then you're going to see a nice bounce on Bitcoin. Definitely a tradable bounce, and that bounce has to be big in order to get everyone bullish again after they flip bearish around here. So that is kind of my view. I just think it's similar to farms where we do get that 91K rally, but you know, it's just more, the timing's just a little different here. I just think we need to go down more, and we'll see. You know, as long as we're under 84,000, you know, are going to have more of a chance of breaking down here. Now, I'll be wrong on this though. Like, let's say today we actually reclaim the SMA 200. Great, we'll interpret that by this is max chop. We're probably not going to get follow through like I'm wanting. This channel here that I have is probably not going to break us down, and this will just lead to some kind of bear trap. But until that happens, you know, SMA 200 is now resistance. This is looking like a bearish retest, and I'm waiting and expecting the daily here to flip red. And ideally, we can make a move towards the daily median, which is sitting around, you know, 79,000, I believe. Yeah, 79,400. So that's my Bitcoin view currently. We can go possibly lower time frames, check the hourly.
Yeah, just that fight that he's having on the daily with the SMA 200, you just can't pass it.
No. And it's either just going to like blow through that, and shorts that are shorting it are going to get smoked. But I mean, statistically, we should break down from that point.
Yeah.
We'll see though. I mean, that is the spot where we'd want to break away, and that is right around the daily EMA 200. That's why, just in my opinion, if we really do end up rallying up, I just think that the rally is going to stop right around 85.5. We're going to take out all of these stops here, and then, you know, reject, and that'll be the daily EMA 200 bearish retest that we still haven't gotten yet, because I'm basing it on the SMA 200, which is obviously the first logical place. But if we get above there, we then have to look here, and as I showed you all, big moves occur once you either reclaim that or you reject it. So that's why for me, I'm really just gauging 85.5s. I just had to look at what happened on Friday as kind of like the front run. You know, I just think we potentially are front running that. We got very, very, very close to it. I mean, 85.3s, and it was sitting at 85.6. It was like $300 away. So very close. I was looking at, you know, Sunday, that nice when all the bulls started to try to liquidate that one short. We did have a nice move up, but something you'll notice here is, you know, the daily was unable to break Friday's high. You know, that's just slightly concerning to me, because, you know, the hopium was that this is shifting into a daily uptrend, but now this is just looking like the beginnings of a daily downtrend again. You know, higher. You essentially had just higher highs, higher lows, higher highs. Yes, you have the, you know, you never broke this. This was supposed to, in my opinion, be like the higher low, higher high, and we just were unable to break that high. So just slightly concerning with this S&P here. Now let's look at Tether dominance, see kind of where we're at, because I haven't looked at this in a minute. A minute meaning like a few days. Yeah, okay. So the daily here, we see we reclaimed the daily 9. It's good. We actually did go all the way back down to support, held the 5.23%, which is a big spot. We want this spot to hold. There's a lot of stuff going on my chart here. Let me just delete this. Let me clean this up a bit. You know, this spot is really important, you know, for Tether dominance, the 5.23%. Major rejection spots that we've had before breakdowns, and then also major bounce zones, in my opinion, once it gets reclaimed. So, you know, when we broke out here, it made sense that we were going to reject. We're now in this new range, just kind of like this range. Remember, we're talking about the 4.69% being an important zone. We've broken out from there, but failing to reclaim that 5.58% brought us into this range. We even rejected it again, and now we're down. We hit the 5.23%. And to me now, this looks like as long as we're holding above the daily 9, this should have a move back up to the top of the range at 5.59%. You know, we essentially here hit support, And then from this point, hit it again, use that as a spring, launched up and reclaimed the daily 9. So today we've essentially back tested the daily 9. This is just playing into why I want to see Bitcoin actually flip its daily red today, because I want to see expansion from this point. I mean, we still looking bullish, so logic says this should go up and start heading towards the 5.58%. So I'm gonna want to start seeing this flip green today. Start really seeing buyers step in here on Tether dominance. Slightly concerning is the daily view. We're under the 38.2%. That is at 5.45%. We see the median has kind of shifted up a lot. Check the 2-day. The 2-day looks a little better, but still, I mean, we're just getting resistance right around that 5.45%, which is the 2-day 38.2%. But again, as long as you're holding that 5.23, I mean, this is still looking bullish to me. Yes, we rejected it here. Bears are going to try to, reject and move us down and actually deviate the 5.23%. Because if you look here, we reclaimed it, we lost it, and now it's the bearish retest. But until we actually lose the 5.23%, this still I'm looking at as this, to me, I'm interpreting as just kind of like very close to a 2-day breakout. We really do start reclaiming above the 5.45%. This really could start moving up closer to the 5.92%, if not all the way up to the 6.3%. So the 2-day view kind of just ties into why the 5.23 is very important. We don't want the 2-day EMA 9 to get lost. That's been solidly holding us since we essentially reclaimed it in January. So the entire year it's been holding. So if we start losing that, along with how important that 5.23% is, that'll be definitely a cause of concern for my max shorting around these levels. But we're, as I showed on the daily, still looking okay. Just want to start seeing this move up. And that 4.5% is going to be resistant. So got to start seeing that really break above that, in my opinion. Yeah, 12-hour 2 is getting nice resistance with the median and the 9. So for me, if you are looking at this, you really want to see today the 12-hour EMA 9 get reclaimed, because that'll most likely mean then the median gets reclaimed, and then that'll give us that move up to that 5.47%, which I like, because that's tying in nicely around that 5.45% resistance that I talked about that we're essentially getting on the daily here. You start really breaking above that though on Tether dominance, it's going to start looking good, because you'll know that this is potentially approaching a 2-day breakout. We essentially reclaimed the weekly EMA 100. We held it, and here's the 3rd week above it. So ideally, this week we start seeing expansion from this point, in my opinion. Now, we easily can lose, or I should say we easily can go a little below this EMA 100 and actually test the 38.2%, similar to what happened last week. But, I mean, we've already retested it. I want to start really seeing this move up now. I mean, 3 makes a trend. We were holding this as support. Let me see really when the last occurrence was when the weekly did this to the EMA 100. Lost it here. But one thing to note about this weekly EMA 100 is when you do lose it, it does give you big moves down. You can see here, it's holding as support. We then rejected it, came all the way down, rallied up, put in a lower high, also a retest of this point, and then we went down 35%. Here as well, you can see we lost it, rejected it, put in a lower high, and then from that point, we rejected down 15%. Rallied all the way up, put in another lower high around here, and then from that point came down like 41%. Here you see though, once we reclaimed it, I mean, we couldn't even retest it. We were just above it, and then we just simply got the next weekly higher high. So really, I mean, you don't have many occurrences of this like holding. We see here during this whole time, you know, this was strong support. We're often on the weekly, you'd form major higher lows here. You know, you can just see each time we would test this from like 2018 all the way up to like 2020 was an opportunity. 2019 here, this led from 1% all the way up to 2.5%. Here we front ran it and bottomed around 1.51% and then had an epic rally all the way to 4%. You know, so generally speaking, I mean, we've been down this entire bull market. Tether dominance has been under this. So the fact that we're now reclaiming this is definitely a cause of concern. You know, we want to start seeing this really move up from this point. If we start deviating this, losing this, closing below this, it's going to be concerning to me that we might end up we might actually go up and fulfill that 90,000 scenario that Farn was talking about before we go down. But as long as we're holding above this, to me, this is just looking like it's just getting primed up to go up. Now, it's going to be a long week. I mean, 6 days. So we'll have to really see what occurs here. But I mean, even on the HPDR view, this is in a breakout. So if we even come back to down to the 5.23% here, you should be gauging this as just another retest of support while also retesting the breakout zone along with the meme line that which I showed has been a pretty big spot on Tether dominance to hold above. And when we lose it, it generally leads like 20% moves down. We start really losing the 5.23%, probably going to aggressively move all the way down to the 4.69%. And then at that point, it's going to be really questionable if that's going to hold or not. As you can see, once the weekly like lost the EMA 100, or I guess the most recent occurrence, I mean, that is really what just led us up, essentially, the whole bull market. So it's a pretty big spot that we're at currently on Tether dominance on the weekly. But as long as we're above it, you just have to buy it. This is going to go up. We're technically getting a measured move here, which is nice for us because it is lining up right around the 5.94%, closer to that 6% level. This is a big level as well for Tether dominance. And not really many times we've tested that. Last time we tested it was October of 2024. So, you know, we tested it, bigly rejected, and then came all the way down, had an insane move up on Bitcoin. But on this 2-week standpoint, I mean, holding above the EMA 100 even here, and for the HPDR, the 38.2% signing up nicely with the 5.92%. Not really getting anything on the monthly for the HPDR. I mean, it doesn't really look the best. Median's all the way at 7.64%.
Yeah, but you would go to the bottom part of the blue zone. That would be the first step, because whenever you're under yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, you're absolutely right. You just first would have to clear this zone.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's like I can interpret that by, well, you know, at least it lines up nice with the meme line. So at 6.38% will be strong resistance. Because if you get above that, I mean, yeah, next measured move would be closer to this 7.8% zone, which would be pretty insane to see Tether dominance in the 7%, in my opinion. Yeah, not really getting much on that. Let's check out Bitcoin dominance now, and then I'll be basically done. I mean, Tether dominance, so in summary, how we can interpret this and summarize it is just hold above the weekly EMA 100. You're going to have a greater chance of going up then. I will say the monthly is close, and potentially in April, we'll actually be back above the moving average. Getting back above the moving average has been usually big moves for Tether dominance, and that's when we really start seeing monthly volatility move up. Even if there's not a setup, meaning it doesn't go under the 15%, it still is a good reaction. We see nice moves whenever we do break above the moving average on volatility here and then even here. So April is going to be an interesting month for crypto. That's all that's telling me. And this week too is going to be very important. I mean, that's kind of what I'm seeing across the board on Bitcoin and Tether dominance. This week's going to be important. So Bitcoin dominance, let me see here. What is going on with Bitcoin dominance? Okay. So Bitcoin dominance is still looking very bullish to me. I mean, it's just in a simple daily uptrend. So this is looking like just the next higher low. We've been honestly grinding out higher lows around the daily EMA 21. So I'm expecting this to grind a higher low around here and make its move up to the 62.58%. From that point, that'll be strong resistance. That could be a strong rejection zone, or at least see a pullback from that point. Daily HBDR view, you see here rejecting the median, came down to the 38.2%. So, gonna want to see this 21 hold us and actually grind the higher low out here. We're gonna end up going down and breaking down. Next target would be the 34, and at that point, you're testing the last higher low on the daily, possibly could trend shift. So, I want to start seeing this at least hold above the 38.2%. Rejecting the median is not a good sign. So it just ties into, this is more bearish and bullish on the daily view, but the median, we'll have to see where the median shifts into this close. But ideally, this holds above the 21. So we can hold above the 21, we can hold above the 38.2% and just kind of like consolidate around here. But we, grind out that higher low. Remember, the weekly is still in an uptrend. And our criteria for that was breaking this wick high. We were talking about a move back up. We wanted to see this reject and come down for that potential alt season. That didn't occur, and instead we broke the trend up, formed a weekly higher low, and now we have the higher high. So, if we start really coming down, it doesn't concern me, specifically on the daily. Let's say the daily trend shifts, we start rejecting the daily median. It just gives me confidence that we're most likely then just going to test the weekly 9. The weekly 9's been a big spot for Bitcoin dominance, and so I would expect it to keep being a big spot. That is sitting right around where the median is, and that is at 60.8%. So if we end up rejecting here, you're gonna, gauge that as the next spot to potentially look for a bounce. Right now on Binance, I think you can trade Bitcoin dominance. So if you're degenerate, have fun with that. But the weekly is still close to a breakout. We are like just pressing on the 38.2%. We've been rejecting it, but once we start really closing weeklies above 62%, we'll get that move up to the 62.58%. Then at that point, you have to really watch closely if we're going to reclaim that level. Just give us more confidence of this weekly breakout, and then possibly making a move up to the 63.89%. So in summary, this is just not going to bode well for your altcoins. Yes, we can get a pullback on Bitcoin dominance here, form another weekly, higher low, but that might bode well for maybe Ethereum pumping more than Bitcoin, which we're slightly seeing a little premium on it. But yeah, I would just be gauging that as kind of like the next major bounce on while bulls and crypto Twitter get excited about alts again. As long as this weekly is up and specifically holding above the 2-week EMA 9, you're going to have to be bullish on this. One thing to note is, we actually did hold above the 2-week EMA 200, and we reclaimed it. Yes, we rejected hard, but still held it as support. Got expansion up. So, this to me is still looking very bullish, and we ideally hold the daily 21. And start making our way to the 62.58%. So today's close is going to be important. You start losing this March 15th low, and there's probably a good chance we're going to come back down to the 61.7%. So maybe even testing this last higher low and flipping the daily trend down. If that occurs, then you'll have to just gauge the weekly EMA 9, just sitting at 60.75%, which is sitting, which right in that region is where the median is as well. So, I mean, Bitcoin dominance still looks like it wants to go up to me. Tether dominance is in an important zone. The weekly is testing the EMA 100 while also holding and consolidating on support, which is 5.23%. As long as we are above that, to me, Bitcoin is in the danger zone. I do think there's a greater chance of us rolling over here and actually coming down and finding a bottom closer to 65s to 63,000. Once we really start losing 73s, I think you're going to see an aggressive dump down that's going to get everyone bearish. But at that point, we'll know that, the monthly 21's coming around there, the weekly EMA 100, the monthly 38.2%. The setup has basically been fulfilled. And then we'll also have to gauge where this weekly volatility is, because into this week, I think we confirmed it. What is this? I don't know if we confirmed it last week, the volatility. Maybe we didn't the Sunday's close. But regardless, this is expanding now from extreme lows, which generally has been pretty major moves. Last occurrence was this whole entire move up from the 70s all the way up to the 108,000s. So, still very, very bearish, and we're in a very important spot where Bitcoin really from this point could just start nuking down. So for me, watch the daily SMA 200. It's kind of like how we'll interpret this. We got short on the essentially the deviation play. So we're just kind of gauging that. I don't know what my SMA 200 is. It's weird. Anyways, 2-day looks like the silver cross retest has been done. So, to me, it just seems like now we're in a good zone to really start breaking down. As long as we're under the SMA 200, you're going to be in this breakdown. You're going to be in breakdown zone, in my opinion. So be very cautious here. Watch the daily SMA 200. You start reclaiming that. Okay, great. Good chance then we probably go up to the daily EMA 200. Take out all these stops, and then we either reject or reclaim that. We start reclaiming that EMA 200. Okay, we're probably then going to see a major bounce closer to 88,000, if not all the way at 91,000, giving us a nice short opportunity, because then we can just play the trend on the higher time frame, like the weekly trend. All right, if we get that move all the way up, we then can have an easy invalidation, which would just simply be around like 95s. But until then, should find resistance around that 34. So index did reclaim the 34, I think. No, it didn't. It opened above it though. So yeah, that's all I have on Bitcoin. Essentially, bias is still down. I still think 63s is up next. I just think worst case scenario 85.5s. But I'll be surprised generally if we start really reclaiming above 85.5s. I'll be like, damn. Maybe we are going to go a lot higher, and this is going to just prolong death by bulls. But until then, I mean, the Academy short is still open. We're still printing, and it's currently up 92%. So
not bad, I'd say. Yeah. Not bad at all. Thank you, dude. That was great. So yeah, I mean, it can go down, but then it can go up, but it can also go down.
Yeah, I hope the scenario I have plays out, because aggressive nuke down gets everyone max bearish, and then we can play the long. And at that point, I promise you, once Bitcoin's around 64, 63, especially once it loses 69s, no one's gonna long it. And then that's when the easy trade is. We can probably catch like a 10 to 15% mean reversion bounce, use those profits to short higher, and play the bear market. That's the beauty of the bear market, is the volatility.
Yeah, I myself, I'm terrible at timing anything. I just think, like I said, I completely agree with everything you said. I just think we are definitely going to go up and search those 90-some thousand numbers so we can get everyone as bullish as possible at some point, and then dump on their ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's
yeah. I think that happens before the dump.
And that's where like the only not disagreement, but just like the different point of view is, where you think that it's going to happen before the dump, Farhan, and Alex thinks that it's going to go just straight down, like it's going to go down first and then back up.
Yeah, I just have to base it on the weekly volatility setup, and I mean, could be wrong on it. Absolutely could be wrong, but
yeah,
as history has shown, once that fires off, and granted, the 5-day was a little disappointing, but we still played it well. The weekly is now firing off, and like generally speaking, once that fires off, we just kind of go up only. So in this case, it'd be down only. 20% move ideally will fulfill that weekly setup, and then the monthly is still during the setup, which I believe once that fires off will be the bear market entry. Like that'll really confirm we're in bear market.
Yeah. Actually, I think the most fucking move would be exactly what you're saying. Go down, go to 60-some $1,000, and then rally the fuck all the way up to 90-some $1,000. Everyone thinking we caught the fucking bottom. This is great. And then fuck you all. That was not it.
Especially if you just give shorts an easy, you're printing thousands a day, shorting, an hourly SFP is printing 4% moves. That's where you get those major squeezes. But, the trend will just take precedent. I do think you'll form a lower high around 91.
Yeah. Yep. All righty. Well, thank you, sir. We're doing right after we got, I know it was Tesla and Ethereum. Some people still wonder what's going on with Ethereum. Just tailwinds ahead. Thanks, Scott.
I will do Ethereum.
I will do Tesla.
Sounds bueno. Vale. Vamos a ver Bitcoin. Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, ya están divirtiendo con su Bitcoin, como dijo Donald Trump. Mucha gente creo que no se está divirtiendo con su Bitcoin, pero nosotros en Elite Trading Academy nos estamos divirtiendo con nuestro Bitcoin. Lo están viendo en la diaria. La razón por la que quiero empezar esto en la diaria es porque es sencillo. Sabemos que tenemos este tope de diciembre, por ahí de los 108,000, en enero en los 109,000, y desde entonces, desde ese día en enero, hemos estado cayendo y encontrando una resistencia en esta línea meme en diagonal que va para abajo. Al mismo tiempo hemos tenido todos nuestros cruces a la baja, tenemos nuestros promedios por encima del precio, y si nos fijamos un poco más de cerca todavía más, nuestro SMA 200, que es la línea morada que viene para acá, nos ha mantenido abajo y parece que estamos haciendo un SFP justamente acá. Y ya saben lo que eso significaría. Y también estamos, si ponen atención por acá arriba, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja y estamos retesteando ello acá con el promedio del 9 en la diaria. Ahora, ¿somos alcistas o bajistas? Creemos la tendencia definitivamente es para abajo. Lo que creemos es que va a haber un rebote hasta casi los 91,000, 92,000 dólares. Y ese rebote, lo que no estamos todavía al 100% de acuerdo es cuándo se va a dar. Las diferentes dos puntos de vista es, uno, Farhan cree que lo que vamos a ver acá es pum, 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 hasta acá los 92, digamos, y de ahí bolas, güey, caer completamente hasta a buscar los mínimos del ciclo. No va a pasar luego, obviamente, no pasa de la noche a la mañana. Y Alex, del otro lado, piensa que esto es simplemente un retesteo bajista y vamos a continuar para abajo, y ya estando en la zona de por acá entre 69 y 63, podamos encontrar ese rebote fuerte que nos lleve a los 92, donde todo el mundo diga, compré el fondo más grande del planeta en esta zona, y bolas, güey, que te lleve una vez más para abajo. ¿Por qué decimos más para abajo? Simplemente por dónde estamos en todas las tablas. Vamos a poner trimestral. Tenemos 3 divergencias bajistas en la trimestral, en lo que se refiere a momentum. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que en todos estos picos, en este pico en el 2017, este pico en el 2020, este pico en el 2021 y estos picos en los que estamos ahora, en momentum han estado haciendo altos más bajos. Y esos altos más bajos en cada una de estas nos están dando una divergencia, la divergencia bajista más grande que hemos visto en cualquier temporalidad de Bitcoin. Viendo solamente la tabla y el precio, pueden ver, como siempre, altos, altos, altos más altos y todo bajos más altos. Así que todo bien, por encima del promedio del 9, encima del promedio del 21, etcétera. Déjeme rápido, veo dónde está el 5. 73,000. Ok. Voy a tomar esa nota mental. Vamos a la mensual, ahora en los Bitcoins. Y en la mensual podemos ver un poco de una diferente historia. En la mensual también tenemos una divergencia activa bajista, siempre y cuando estemos por debajo de los 102,000 dólares. Estando abajo de esa cantidad, esto continúa jugando y esto nos dice que muy probablemente va a haber continuación a la baja. ¿Cuál es la zona a perder? Tu promedio del 9. Tu promedio del 9 está en los 80,600. Si pierdes los 80,600 en cierres, puedes darte una idea de que vas a buscar mínimo la siguiente zona de soporte. Ahora, aquí me está preguntando Un segundito. Me preguntó Guillermo, ¿pueden explicar de dónde sale la importancia del nivel de los $73,000 en Bitcoin? Por supuesto que sí, mi queridísimo Memo. Ahí te va. Estamos viendo la mensual. La razón por la que los 73,000 son tan importantes es porque toda esta consolidación ocurrió ahí. Toda esta. Para que tengas una idea. 73,000 está acá. Es este pico y no este. Entonces, hemos tenido muchísimo precio intercambiando acá, lo que lo hace una zona bastante fuerte para esperar un rebote. Y esos 73,000 también coinciden, si no me equivoco. Ajá, con nuestro promedio del 5, lo que le da ¿cómo se dice? Lo que le da básicamente todavía más confluencia al análisis de que esa zona va a ser importante para el precio y probablemente aguante. Eso es lo que pensaríamos todos, ¿no? Y es lo difícil de saber. ¿De verdad va a aguantar o la gente acá se va a esperar? ¿No? Por ahora creemos que va a aguantar. Además, en la mensual tenemos una vela súper topera y además tenemos seguimiento de la vela topera. Esta es nuestra vela topera, una vela que es delgada en la parte alta, el 25% del cuerpo de la vela, que es esto, está en la parte baja y ahí está, y mide menos del 25% del total de la vela. ¿Cómo tiene seguimiento? Tuviste seguimiento en el cierre debajo de 91,418 y esta vela lo hizo. Y ahora, después de esta vela, ahora tienes este potente doji que no te está diciendo ni madres, que es un doji, básicamente una vela que tiene el cuerpo en medio y la parte alta y la parte baja son igual de delgadas, que te dicen no sabemos para dónde vamos, es simplemente una señal de indecisión en el mercado, para que lo tengan ahí presente. Además, en la mensual estamos viendo que Bitcoin está preparando un setup potentísimo en la parte más baja en la que la volatilidad ha estado. Recuerden, este es nuestro índice de volatilidad que se llama BBWP. Y es sencillo, la volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio de la volatilidad es la línea blanca. Y aquí arriba 100% es cuando ves estas barritas en rojo, es que la volatilidad está al 100% en extremo, y cuando son azules es que está en 0%. Nosotros ponemos nuestra línea meme siempre en el 15%, la verde, y la razón por qué es porque una vez que volatilidad entra, baja de este nivel y después sube, ahí es cuando contamos que está activo un setup de volatilidad. Vale, mensual, divergencia bajista. 2 semanas. 2 semanas, volatilidad está entrando justamente en la zona para darnos un setup interesante, potentes. Y además, encima de todo, también tenemos divergencias bajistas en la RSI en la de 2 semanas. Pueden ver y continuamos en esta caída. La zona aquí interesante son los 81,431, pero al igual que acá, y se me olvidó, les quería poner esto para darles una buena idea con el HPDR de lo que estamos viendo. Justamente, aquí tienen el HPDR. Tenemos nuestra media en los 83,794. De perder la media y luego nuestro promedio del 9 en los 80,679, la parte baja de la zona azul está en $62,000. Y es lo que nos da más bias de ir, preferencia, estadísticas, probabilidades que nos hagan ir a esta zona antes de ir a los $104,000. Y lo único que tenemos que hacer es, ya estamos por debajo de la media, solamente perder el 9, por lo que la zona de los 80,600 es súper importante para el precio de los bitcoins. Vamos a ver la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas, si nos está adelantando, tenemos el famoso rechazo. Estamos cayendo por debajo de la zona azul. Imagínense en la mensual. Y esto es, ahora estamos en el 50% intentando subir. ¿Dónde está aquí la resistencia? Interesantemente, en los 84,409 es donde está el 50%. ¿Por qué es interesante eso? Porque justamente nosotros pensamos que si podemos pasar esa zona, vamos a ir mínimo a la zona de los 89. Y de los 89 vamos a debatir si vamos a ir en 89,500 entrar o si van a ser los 91 o los 92 para hacer el próximo corto, ya que todo el mundo se vuelva alcista. Entonces, justamente acá, una zona muy importante a tener en mente, la de 2 semanas, y también entender que volatilidad está preparando ese setup potente y jugoso que paga bien, a la alza o a la baja. Semanal tenemos volatilidad expandiendo arriba de 15% justamente acá, y esa volatilidad básicamente nos está manteniendo por acá. Vamos a ver para dónde empieza a empujar fuerte. Si empieza a empujar fuerte a la alza, tenemos que tener cuidado acá si somos bajistas, porque estos son movimientos de 30, 35%. Si es a la baja, justamente da en todos nuestros objetivos para que lo vean acá. Voy a poner lo que esa vela lo dio y desde donde abrió esta. 30% nos lleva a los 107, justamente a la línea meme que tengo por acá, y 35% nos lleva a un alto histórico en 111,000. Ahora, a la baja, 30% nos lleva justo al 97% en 57,200 y 35% nos llevaría a $53,000 casi, casi, para que lo tengan ahí en mente. Así que vamos a estar pendientes de este setup que se puede estar dando en la tabla semanal de Bitcoin. Vamos a la de 5 días a ver qué nos está dando por acá. Habíamos tenido esta expansión en la caída, pero ahora está yéndose de lado. Ah, no, sigue, continúa. Nada más no ha sido tan limpio esta expansión de volatilidad por acá. En la tabla, como sea, podemos ver varias cosas acá. Una, estamos cayendo, perdiendo todos nuestros niveles importantes por acá, pero eso nos pone como, bueno, estamos cerca de caer por ahí de la parte más baja de la zona, de la parte baja del HPDR. ¿Qué pasa cuando esto pasa? Ponte tú, aquí dice 97%, eso quiere decir que solamente hay 2.5% de probabilidades de continuar cayendo este número. Acá 5, y recuerden, esto cambia en cada abierta y cerrada de sesión. Esta sesión acaba de abrir hace horas porque cierra en 4 días y 9 horas una tabla de 5 días. ¿Qué estamos esperando por acá? Sencillo, perdemos 81,375, eso nos llevaría a 79, que nos hace perder todos nuestros niveles importantes, y mínimo nos llevaría a los 71,880 antes de ir a visitar el promedio de los 100 en los 70,521. Eso es lo que estaríamos esperando. De romper, una vez más, los 85,549, que de por sí ya hubieras roto los 84,600, te darían una vuelta más o menos a la zona, en mi opinión, vamos a debatirlo, entre 89,500, el 50%, y la parte baja de la zona azul, por ahí de los $93,000, casi, casi. Dos días, estamos haciendo el retesteo bajista del cruce plateado, justamente en nuestro promedio del 9, y tenemos acá el pre-front del rechazo del 100. Esto puede ser un SFP en el 100. ¿Qué querría decir eso? Esto querría decir que si de verdad nos rechaza y nos metemos el 50%, nos vamos a 81,900 y lo perdemos, siguiente parada son 79. Y ya saben qué pasa si perdemos los 79, además de que tenemos nuestro SMA 200 en los $73,900. Diaria tenemos, estamos en el 50%, estamos encontrando resistencia con el 50%, el promedio del 9 y el SMA 200. De no poder aguantar, no poder subir a este punto y romper los 85,200, muy probablemente vayamos a romper esto a la baja, abajo de $82,000. Vas a ir hasta donde está la media, y la media está en 79,166. Y eso, una vez más, ¿dónde nos pone? Nos pone abajo de nuestro EMA 5 en la trimestral, nos pone abajo de... ¿Qué otro puto nivel estaba en los 86? Espérame, no son los 86, por eso me estoy haciendo bolas. Sí, o sea, básicamente no poder ganar esta zona nos va a llevar mínimo a la media en 79 y de ahí a la parte baja en la zona azul a los $76,000. Es lo que estaríamos viendo con los bitcoins. Bastante sencillo. Voy a limpiar esto, ponérselos acá de la forma más sencilla. Aquí tienen los mismos niveles que he tenido todo este tiempo en la tabla. Bastante sencillo de entender. Estamos justamente en este escaloncillo. Este escaloncillo se pierde y el siguiente objetivo debería ser más o menos por acá en simple análisis técnico. Pero el fuerte debería ser por ahí de los $73,000, donde podamos aguantar, que es, una vez más, ese punto de consolidación pasado que duró bastante tiempo, donde podríamos encontrar no voy a decir un fondo local, voy a decir un rebote importante antes de eso. Pero por ahora sencillo. Tengo esta línea meme amarilla por acá en los 82,802. De perder a la baja esta línea, voy a estar viendo voy a estar buscando mi siguiente objetivo por ahí de los $73,000. De poder romper esta zona a la alza, podríamos ir a visitar toda esta parte. El primer objetivo a romper son tus 84,100, segundo 85, casi 86,000, y de ahí ya podrás ir a visitar ese escenario alcista. Pero por ahora, lo que creemos es que esto tiene más probabilidad de dar continuación a la baja por ahora que después. Además, normalmente cuando continúas cayendo, estas consolidaciones parecen ser alcistas. ¿Me entienden? Normalmente cuando caes y se va a dar la vuelta, ponte tú que encuentras un fondo, en vez de que esto se vea así, en vez de que se vea así, se ve así. Y ya de ahí le pega para arriba. Entonces, esta formación acá se me hace más bajista, que le da más continuación a la probabilidad bajista que alcista del precio de los Bitcoin. Eso es lo que personalmente me tiene pensando que esto podría dar continuación. Una vez más, esperamos ese rally, no sabemos cuándo vaya a llegar y estamos un poco en esto, pero acá tenemos nuestra invalidación del corto en el que entramos todos, así que bastante fácil de jugarla. Ya sabes dónde meterte en long y sabes dónde abrir ese corto. Vamos con Tesla o Ethereum. Which one are we doing first, boys?
Yes. I'll do Ethereum now.
All right. Let's do the ETH. With Vitalik's gigantic schlong.
One Russian Ethereum.
One Russian Ethereum. It's wouldn't that be one Russian Solana?
Ethereum too. Or you could say Ukrainian Ethereum because Vitalik is kind of a libtard.
Well, no, Vitalik is Russian. The actual Solana Toli is Ukrainian. The founder. Well, the co-founder.
Damn, Vitalik is a traitor against his own people.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Yep. It's a battle. This is why now it all makes sense. It's Russia versus Ukraine. It's Ethereum versus Solana. And in the mainstream, they got to play it like Russia's winning, so Ethereum is down. But in reality, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, interesting. And right now on the monthly momentum and volatility setup, it's looking a lot worse than Bitcoin is. Not only is it to the downside, but it's rejecting every single time it taps the moving average, and it's within the bearish control zone, while volatility is expanding and the jewel is giving a sell signal. This is looking quite worse than Bitcoin is looking. And we've lost the 55 EMA, got a retest of it, rejection, and we're getting continuation for the downside after losing the 55 EMA. If we lose the 61.8%, which we're getting a bounce off right now at $1,733, it's probably a free ride towards somewhere around high 1400 zone, $1,470 to $1,500. And that would line up with momentum being within the bearish control zone and volatility expanding from there, because we're only at 57% on volatility. It can go a lot more before it's topped out. And that would line up with somewhere around $1,500. It would lose the 61.8%. On a 2-week, we've lost our 100 EMA by a significant amount. We haven't even gotten enough steam to go back and give it a bearish retest. And right now, since we've lost the 100, we'd have to target the 200, and that sits at about $1,495, very close to that 100 on the monthly. And momentum is to the downside right now within the bearish control zone, and volatility is still expanding. Still, it's kind of high, so we should be expecting a mean reversion down sometime soon. And we do see momentum starting to lift back up, still below the moving average, however. If it gets back above the moving average, then we could see a move back up to retest this 100 and this medium line before ending, continuing lower towards this 200 SMA. Weekly is also trying to flip back up on momentum, just getting to the moving average now while volatility starts a contraction phase. The jewel is giving us a pretty epic sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow and the dark blue crossing below everything else. However, it did do it from a little bit lower, so it shouldn't give you as much of a powerful move as if it did it somewhere over here. So if we do continue lower, if we lose this wick low, I would imagine somewhere around in this 88.3 to 95% range, around that $1,500 zone. Five days now starting to shift back up on momentum with volatility contracting as well. putting in this bottoming candle after a heavy downside. We do have a fresh silver cross to the downside on the 5-day, which we would expect to reconnect with this 9 EMA. And very interestingly enough, the 9 EMA is exactly what this meme line is at, and this 200 SMA. Would make a lot of sense to come back to retest this meme line after closing below it, bearish retest, and then dump. It lines up with my thoughts on Bitcoin as well. On the 2-day, we have momentum shifted up with volatility shifting down, telling you very likely a corrective bounce. And then you see on the jewel, we have started to lose the sell signal within the critical zone. So we mark with a vertical line every time we lost the sell signal in the critical zone. Here. Probably not going to be that many times. I said there's not going to be that many times, and I proceed to find a bunch. Just because Ethereum's a piece of shit.
I continue to buy Ethereum, Farhan. I'm sorry. There's just only tailwinds ahead, so.
Where's the price? Sheesh.
It's
That's
with
low.
tailwinds.
So we initially went up 1.5%, then went down 14%, and then dumped 40, and then pumped 41.5%. Next one. Nice pump ski. 108%. Very respectable. I don't think we're moving up 108% from here. About 12%. Quite nice. More in line of what's possible. Immediately about 56%, 58%, then 63, then 82, then 176, and then 257.
Damn.
The lower number seems to be about 12% so far. Immediately about 13% lines up with that 12% number, and then 80%. Okay. So far, we have not really moved up at all. Oh, fuck. We went up 1%. If we take it up from here, about 12%, lines up with about $2,000. Very interesting. No, my bad. $2,100. $2,150. Right around that median. Very, very interesting. Brings you up exactly towards the median with that minimum move. Would line up very well with my thoughts on Bitcoin and with the move towards its meme line.
So we're going to go back to ranging in Ethereum where we were ranging for like 6 months is what you're saying?
Probably. And
Fuck.
I'm curious about this. Let's shift this to a weekly. Let's make the HPDR disappear. Zoom out a little bit. So in where were we? December of 2022. This is the price where FTX collapsed. Let's draw a little box right here. Where are we at? December of 2022. If price were to enter into this box, it's entering into FTX price range, FTX collapse price range. Let's keep this box here. So we always know if it ever comes into this area, this thing is probably effed. But this also would if you're an aggressive gambler would give you a nice trade zone for mean reversion.
Yeah, that's
It's
a
like
mega long play.
shift price of the daily. Right now on the daily, you also have momentum shifted to the upside. You have volatility approaching pretty low levels, telling you this is likely a corrective bounce. And then you look at the jewel. The jewel has now shifted into a buy signal within the bearish control zone. Lines up with the idea of getting that short-term bounce from here. And not only that, but now we're getting over the daily median for the first time in a long time. We have not been over the daily median since about not there, not there, not there, right here, about February of 2020, February 22nd, before this initial collapse started, when we were just arranging, and then we started absolutely dumping. That's the last time we've been over the median. So if we close today over the median, that would be a significant change in structure. And about 8 hours left to go. Bear's gonna dump us in the next 8 hours. On the 4 hours, well, we're getting momentum pointing to the upside, very close to breaking into the bullish control zone. Volatility is also now pointed up, with the jewel giving you once again a buy signal, flipping back up, maintaining the rejecting the bearish control zone and remaining in the buy signal. Switch the RSI. Ding. Ethereum, just like Bitcoin on the high time frames, has put in the bearish divergence, but unlike Bitcoin with one bearish divergence, Ethereum is putting 3. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $3,331. Quite a ways away. And the continuation on this divergence is going to be any tick below 1,751. That would likely take you towards somewhere around that $1,500 area first, where you likely get a bounce. Probably lower, but right now you can't see a target because this bearish control zone number is a little ridiculous. And I don't think it's going to go there. That number is at about $137. I don't think that's going to happen. Although, Ethereum did make a lower high, and what usually follows is a lower low, and our current low is about 800 something bucks. Maybe Ethereum really is finished. 1 Ethereum equals 1 Solana. And eventually 1 Ethereum equals 1 ADA.
Oh, come on, stop. It doesn't matter how bad Ethereum things go for Ethereum. It can't get that bad.
And then 1 Ethereum equals 1 XRP.
I'm not going to say anything about the community members at XRP. They've been through enough.
On the 2-week, we also have confirmed multiple tries of bearish divergence with volatility expansion. This is not looking the best. And that bearish divergence gets invalidated with the close above $2,859, $2,860. Weekly, just like Bitcoin has possible hidden bullish divergence, but you would have to close above $2,841 to confirm it. So it's not very likely. And weekly has a silver cross to the downside. 5 days well confirms above $2,553, a little more likely. Even if we were to get that bounce I'm looking for, it still wouldn't take us there. Today. No. Daily does have active hidden bearish divergence, just like Bitcoin. It will be invalidated with a close above $1,957. Currently, let's zoom in on this RSI. Lower lows. Come on. And unlike Bitcoin, Ethereum does not have that 4-hour hidden bullish divergence. Very interesting. Switch to the momentum chart. Oh, first let's switch to HBTC and see the divergences on there. Jeez, it looks terrible. It looks god awful. We're at the same price on HBTC as we were back in December of 2022. Wow. Wow. That was before DeFi summer. I mean, December of 2020, not 2022. That was before the whole DeFi summer, before ETH went up from like $300 towards $4,800. We're at the same price on ETH BTC. We have a monthly
What el-
silver cross to the downside.
What else happened before the mega pump? Look at the dates.
The COVID dump.
Quantitative easing, full hard, boom. And that's what
Yep.
drives altcoins.
Silver cross to the downside on the monthly. That's just terrible. And we've not
That's
even
a
been able to
monthly
break
chart?
Yep.
Damn, that looks
Jeez.
god awful.
We have not been able to break this 5 EMA at all on the monthly since July of 2024. 2 week. Let's switch to the quarterly. No, because I ain't updated. Good Lord, that quarterly looks terrible. We start to break these lows, it's over for ETH.
Yeah. It's crazy because this cycle we were talking about Ethereum getting flipped, and I think XRP did flip Ethereum.
Look at that wick. It went all the way up to 0.156 Bitcoin on Ethereum. And that was in 2017.
No, I don't know how the fuck you're some people measure the relationship, but in real just market cap, ETH hasn't been surpassed by anyone other than Bitcoin.
I think it was like total value lock, something
And
like
fully diluted XRP.
There you go. Yeah. Fuck
Yeah.
me, dilutions and all the fully bullshit. When
Because
it
if you were to
does,
take all of the coins and add up the value, then it was more.
mm,
2 week, we are getting startings of a God mode signal on the jewel, but we have not shifted into a buy signal just yet. It's still on a sell signal, so it's not actionable just yet. Weekly, many drives of hidden bearish divergence. It just looks like it's going to go lower. 5 day, many drives of hidden bearish divergence. 2 day has hidden bearish divergence. Daily has hidden bearish divergence. Even the 4-hour has 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. Right now, if we get any tick below basically 0.02285, this is likely going to dump on this bearish divergence. I can't really give you any targets because of these decimal points. It all gives you the same number. But you are poised with 0% volatility, and you're just now starting to expand from 0% volatility on 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. That's usually not the best sign. Ding. Monthly, just like the RSI, has confirmed bearish divergence, and you are pointed to the downside with volatility expansion as long as you're below $2,689.50. That's a good amount away from where we are right now. Pretty close to double. No, my bad. That would be another 1,000 number target. But we are about close to $1,000 away from that period. And there was my favorite ascending triangle pattern. 2 week, we have volatility expansion with momentum to the downside. Confirming was this close 38.82. This close is 39. Yep, bearish divergence on the 2 week, and we're pointing down with volatility expansion as long as you're below 32.17. Weekly is getting volatility expansion, and we're pointed down below 23.16. 5 days getting volatility expansion, and we're pointing down below 22.19. 2 days very close to shifting up, and we're getting many periods of 100% volatility, lining up with the idea of a mean reversion bounce. And we're going to flip up if we can close in the next 8 hours above 1987. We're just below that number by about $50, which is $60. Daily's already started the volatility contraction, which I'm looking for to happen on the 2-day, and we are pointed up as long as we're above 1867. And we will exit the critical zone if we can remain to the upside today. And 4 hours also pointing to the upside, and it's rejecting the bearish control zone, and it'll be pointed up above 1893. So right now, all of the higher time frames, just like Bitcoin and Ethereum, are lining up to the downside. You're confirming bearish divergence, just like Bitcoin on the stochastic and the RSI. But unlike Ethereum, Bitcoin, you're confirming a lot more drive with bearish divergence on Ethereum than you did on Bitcoin. It's looking a lot lower, worse, and the jewels looking a lot worse on Ethereum than it is on Bitcoin. On the lower time frames, you are forming, and on ETH BTC, you're just forming hidden bearish divergences on every single time frame. It's on the monthly and the quarterly look absolutely horrible. It's getting to the point on ETH BTC where it was back in late 2020 before the ETH initially exploded, and it looks like if it loses those areas, it's over for ETH. But on the lower time frames on Ethereum, on the USD pair, you are getting momentum flipping to the upside. 2 days almost to the upside, dailies to the upside, 4 hours to the upside. Kind of looks like we're going to see a mean reversion bounce from here to somewhere around like maybe 2000s area, 2100s. From there, very likely rejection, and then if I would look for a dump from there towards a little bounce around 1700s, and then eventually go somewhere around $1,500. And it just looks god awful right now. I don't see how Ethereum recovers from this unless it just manages to put in a low exactly where we are right now.
That kind of is what I think is happening. And it doesn't really have to do it here. I think just 1500, 1400 area will be it. Kind of like just looking at this, right? This is a monthly chart. This zone has been touched only once, and he did it in 2022, and now we're back at it again. That tells me I made this mistake with Bitcoin. Because also remember, and this is something when I was translating your and Alex's analysis when we were at the top, and you're like, well, not you, we all were like, all technicals tells us that he's going to continue to go higher, right? Like it just looks so bullish. At the bottom, it also looks like it's going to go fucking absolutely nuke and disappear from Earth. And I think ETH is at that place. If I was doing, if I was a bull on ETH, I'd probably split my buys in 4, and I do the first one at 1800 with the lightest amount of volume. That's what I
do
would
think
do.
it's going to bounce from here.
I don't know if it's going to bounce right away. We need like there. Also, this involves a lot of other stuff too, but we are in a weird situation where there is no money printing inside. The economy is definitely slowing down. Spending is coming down. Like even the data that came out today, retail sales, they revised the one from the month before to negative. So it was a minus 1 point something percent. Even though this was positive, it's still, we didn't even hit expectations, and it's probably going to get revised too on the negative side. So kind of like having everything negative right now. And I hate saying this, but it's kind of true. There needs to be something that gets done, something that happens that allows for the government to create, to go back into quantitative easing. I don't know what the fuck
I'm
and
just
how
looking
long
for
it'll
like a
take.
$200 bounce.
Right now, yeah. And the reason why you would get a $200 bounce, it's just kind of like in this area right here. This is a critical area for ETH because look how much it held it here, right? On the closest. Once you dropped it, you had to go back, retest it. But more importantly, the 2100 area, which is this meme line right here, is the one that really makes the big separation between big moves to the upside and big moves to the downside. And just the fact that you're losing it means you got to go at least go back and retest it. So 2100 sounds absolutely right to the very minimum get a bounce there for a retest at the like in the that just seems like what's next. Now, does that relate to this is the bottom of ETH and whatever? I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if it does this. And then here everyone's like, it's fucked. And then at some point, it's going to take a while. It's going to go up from there.
That basic idea. That
Mhm.
basic idea is what I was going to post as the short for the Academy. Is short at that top green line and TP at the bottom green line.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely doable. I think this is going to be the range where ETH finds its bottom. And I think it's going to take a while, like just like he did for XRP, that it took like 8 years. It depends on when they do that bullshit with quantitative easing, because until they fuck with that, this shit's going to continue to like do this. But I just don't see it, because this happened to me in Bitcoin, and I'm never going to fall for it again. Bitcoin had a very similar pattern. How the fuck did I get it? Bitcoin had a very similar pattern where
it ranged and then just made an ever so slightly lower low before going up.
It was kind of like it's never gone underneath this, right? Like I'm not. I need to look it up and bring it, and I'll present it to you guys so you guys see where my stupid brain is. But it was something like this. And when we got here, I was like, it's never been underneath this line. That's terrible. It's probably gonna go down more, and that was the bottom. So fuck me, right? That's normally how it works. That's what I've been paying attention to. Whenever we get to a place where everything looks just so negative, that's kind of close to bottoming, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Like
what I've seen, what
guys,
a lot of people, not a lot, but it's, some people do on Twitter, is that they'll play against their emotions, where they're like really want to short in one area, they'll just long, or if they really want to long in the area, they'll just short.
yeah, I mean, that's kind of like what works in extremes. Does that make sense? If you're in an extreme
like
market and you're like
big volatile moves.
Yeah, whenever you go, because to me at least was whenever like Solana got to $8, and that's the only one I didn't buy like at that level, was because I went, aha, it's gonna go lower, and that's where I'm gonna buy everything. And no, it just bounced so fast.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When Solana was $8, I thought it was over for Solana.
Yeah, same. Actually,
I wanted to buy, but I didn't. I thought it was gonna go to $1. And
it's just like when everyone's talking about 12K Bitcoin, we went to 15.
Yeah,
And then we bought it from there.
I thought 12,000 was going to be the bottom in Bitcoin, and then he was probably give us like a flash dash to like the $5,000-$6,000 area. That was my thought. So it was not that far off in a way, but it was still wrong. So every time I get to a place, and again, when you guys were talking about like, oh, Bitcoin can go up to 130 grand, I just kept saying to everyone, just know technically, it looks like we might go to 130K, but at the top, it looks everything looks the brightest at the top, right?
It's true though.
So
Yep.
And the darkest at the bottom. So I just want to say that everyone's losing faith in Ethereum. It wouldn't surprise me a consolidation of this size in this area. And this was from June 2022 until January 2023, basically 6-7 months of
Yep. And the next cycle it goes to $10,000.
I think so. I mean, I think so. Why not? And also JP Morgan's invested in it. Like, it hasn't done anything wrong. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
To
Long term accumulation of ETH under 2,000 is going to be insane.
Insane. Yeah, I agree. All righty, I'll get to this one, and we'll jump.
And I'm going to take a little PP.
Do it up, son. Do it up. You deserve it. You've earned your PP.
I've earned my PP because I've drank a lot of this twist.
All right, vámonos con Ethereum. Damas y caballeros, tenemos Ethereum. Ya lo saben, rangueando, por supuesto. Tenemos el tope que había hecho en el 2021. Luego tuvimos el doble tope que hizo en el 2024 y ahora estamos cayendo. Para todo el mundo, el misterio es ¿qué tan abajo va a llegar Ethereum? Mucha gente está tirando predicciones súper bajistas, ¿no? Por supuesto. Y personalmente y simplemente aprendiendo de los errores del pasado, y un poco aplicando lo que usamos en el tope, ¿no? Ustedes vieron cada que estábamos platicando, haciendo los análisis de Bitcoin cuando estaba a 109,000, estábamos diciendo, ¿no? En las tablas parece que Bitcoin quiere irse a 120, 130, pero todo en el tope se ve muy alcista, se ve todavía más alcista, ¿no? Y lo mismo pasa en el fondo. En el fondo, cuando todo el mundo cree, no, es que ya, si se cayó de acá, no puede regresar a ningún lado, es el final de todo esto, es normalmente por ahí donde está el fondo. Alguien me había preguntado en un chat qué pienso de Ethereum y una propuesta impopular, una opinión impopular era, me dijo él, que yo también la comparto, estamos cerca del fondo de Ethereum. lo que yo haría si fuera un especulador de bien en Ethereum sería básicamente pintar mis niveles por acá. Lo que yo creo que estamos ante, porque vean, esta zona, y ahorita les doy el análisis completo, simplemente estoy analizando la tabla. Esta zona es la zona de las bananas. Una vez que llegas acá, tienes chance de irte a alto histórico. Una vez que llegamos acá, mínimo llegó al alto local. Lo pueden ver ahí. Pero del otro lado, ¿qué pasa cuando pierdes la zona? Llegas a los fondos. Fondo. ¿Qué pasa cuando llegas y pierdes la zona? Probablemente vayas a ser un fondo. Ahora, esta línea meme en diagonal en la que vamos, que se está apoyando ahorita el precio, la habíamos tocado en el 2020, en el fondo del precio en el 2022 y ahora estamos en ella una vez más. Normalmente cuando tienes una zona de este estilo tan potente, es muy difícil, que esto continúe así. Muy difícil, muy difícil. Ahora, Ethereum, como Solana, como cualquier otra, no ha perdido, más allá de uso, ¿sí? No ha perdido el allure. Y recuerda, o sea, XRP no es como que fundamentales mueven el mundo de cripto. Entonces, ¿a qué es lo que quiero llegar? Uno, vamos probablemente a retestear el punto de la zona verde acá en los 2100 y cacho. ¿Por qué? Porque lo habíamos hecho antes. Caímos acá, intentamos retestear, nos hizo el front run y nos tiró, pero acá sí lo retesteamos. Y de ahí, este es el rango básicamente de 2100 a 1500, ¿no? Entonces ya lo hemos tomado y hemos rangueado en esta zona. La segunda parte del rango sería aquí abajo, en los 1062. Y ahí en los 1062 sería un extremo de oportunidad, porque es muy parecido a lo que vimos en Tesla. Déjame rápido, te pongo Tesla. ¿A qué me refiero? Pinches dibujos. Espérame. En Tesla tenemos esta línea meme que la tocamos en marzo del 2020 y esta línea meme que la tocamos en enero del 2023. ¿Ok? Esto fue cuando todo el mundo dijo que nos íbamos a ir al pito, que Tesla iba a llegar a los $60, etcétera. Una vez más, $140 la volvimos a tocar y todo el mundo dijo, no, es que ya se va a ir a $100 otra vez. Personalmente, yo estoy tanteando esta línea como algo que va a aguantar bastante bien para adelante en Tesla igual. Yo creo que estamos ante algo muy parecido en Ethereum. En Ethereum tienes la línea, tienes tu toque en marzo del 2020, tienes junio del 2022 y desde entonces no la habías vuelto a tocar hasta marzo del 2025. Literalmente pasó desde este toque de acá hasta acá 5 años y tienes uno en medio. ¿Ok? Por eso es una zona muy importante. Más allá de eso, nunca hemos tocado el promedio del 100. Entonces, eso me hace pensar que seríamos muy suertudos si venimos a tocar esta zona, donde está el promedio del 100. Personalmente creo que esta zona no va a tener juegue. Lo único que podría tener es el famoso agarrón de liquidez asqueroso. Es lo único que yo pensaría. Personalmente, yo creo que podemos, como en esta zona, y quiero que lo cuenten, son meses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 meses acá. Acabamos de entrar, llevamos 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, y aquí podrías hacer esto, más o menos que se ve algo así. ¿Y qué haría esto? Altos más bajos, bajos más altos. Daría continuación alcista y muy probablemente te vayas a llevar esto en ese entonces. Esto va a ser algo que vamos a ver rápidamente ocurrir, bla, bla, bla. Nadie sabe, nadie sabe. Esto es como yo leo el precio de Ethereum, esto es como leo la emoción del mercado y tengo que hacer un análisis de los pendejos, porque a veces los pendejos funcionan mejor, ¿no? Como el famoso, güey, si me estás tirando a Michael Saylor en todos lados, esto va a bajar. Si me estás poniendo a Cathy Wood de comprar el dip, sé que va a haber continuación. Y si me estás diciendo que este es el fin de Ethereum, entonces yo sé que no podría ser tanto. Ethereum ha sufrido más que cualquier otra criptomoneda. Ahora, la tabla se ve bajista de madre. Todas las tablas, en todas las temporalidades que lo quieras poner, esto es bajista. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes el máximo histórico acá en el 2021 y luego tienes acá altos más bajos. pero no has roto tus bajos más bajos. Ni siquiera has estado cerca de llevarte estos bajos. Olvídate de estos. Entonces, y eso, te puedes llevar todo esto hasta los $1,000. No rompes la tendencia alcista a largo plazo porque no te llevaste este mínimo. Siempre y cuando regreses y rompas los 4,800. Por ahora estamos debajo del 9 del 21, lo que nosotros ya consideramos un mercado bajista. Esta vela fue la absoluta que nos lo dio. Esta es una vela trimestral, empezó en enero de este año y este año oficialmente podemos contar que Ethereum está en un mercado bajista, a menos de que esta vela recupere hasta los 2,500, cierre arriba de los 2,500 y en 14 días y 8 horas, y eso cambia absolutamente todo. Por ahora, la volatilidad está yéndose al punto más bajo de toda la historia en la trimestral en Ethereum, y eso nos dice que va a haber continuación a la baja. Un mes. En la mensual, en la mensual casi nos dio un cero de volatilidad, pero tenemos esto de los nice y es a la baja, lo está jugando a la baja, lo que me dice muy probablemente que va a haber continuación y le da alta probabilidad a esta jugada de los 1,400 y cacho. Ahora, no sé si hacerlo ahorita o no, pero les voy a decir esto. Les voy a dar una opinión. No les estoy diciendo que lo hagan. Si alguien me habla y me dice, güey, compré Ethereum por tu culpa y me fui a la verga, chido, güey. Yo no lo compré. Te estoy diciendo, esta es la idea. Si yo fuera uno de esos degenerados que les fan de Ethereum, yo compraría mi primera posición donde estás. Acá. Primera entrada. Mi segunda entrada la haría probablemente aquí en la mitad, en los 1,700. Voy a poner 1,700. Acá. Mi tercera entrada la haría en donde está esta línea verde, 1,531. Y dejaría tantito cash listo por si llega a haber una tomada de liquidez choncha en esta zona. Primera entrada light, segunda entrada más choncha, tercera es la choncha y la cuarta es un extra para agarrar todavía mejor promedio. Eso es lo que yo haría. Y ahora, ¿cuánto tiempo me voy a esperar? Esto podría tomar hasta 4 años en jugar. No tengo idea. Tiene que haber, para que Ethereum vuelva a retomar niveles importantes, tiene que haber quantitative easing. Y todavía no estamos cerca de quantitative easing. Ahora les voy a poner el HPDR para que vean dónde estamos. Como pueden ver, todavía puede haber más movimiento a la baja. La zona del 78.6% está en los 1,260. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 100 acá y ahorita nos está aguantando el 61.8% en los 1,732. Recuerden que esa fue una zona muy importante de consolidación en el mercado bajista en el 2022. Arriba o abajo de, hacía una gran diferencia estar ahí. Así que esto obviamente tiene que ser un nivel importante para el precio de Ethereum. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas podemos ver que el movimiento ya está bastante sobrellevado. A 1,689 sería una gran probabilidad de compras y nuestro SMA 200 está subiendo ya a los 1,500. Lo que también pueden notar acá es lo abajo que estamos en la parte del HPDR y nuestro mínimo en el HPDR coincide con nuestra línea meme en los $1,058. Volatilidad está expandiendo ante esta caída, en la de 2 semanas. Lo pueden ver acá. Así que continúa y continúa empujando a la baja. Semanal. Semanal un poco de lo mismo. Tenemos cruce plateado por acá. Eso quiere decir que deberíamos de tener un retesteo del 9, pero el 9 está muy arriba, está en los 1,423. Pinta bien. Probablemente encontremos un suelo en esta zona una vez más. 1,742 es lo que tiene cara de. Y pues estamos muy por debajo de todos nuestros promedios, cayendo de absolutamente todos los niveles uno por uno. Volatilidad había estado expandiendo ante esta gran caída y continúa. Lo pueden ver acá. Plum, pero no viene desde abajo. 5 días. 5 días estamos por acá, perdimos el SMA 200, hicimos el retesteo bajista y ahora caemos una vez más. Estamos en nuestra línea meme que nos está aguantando. El poder romper los 1,958 nos debería llevar mínimo a los 2,100 hasta los 2,200 y ahí probablemente encontremos otro retesteo de nuestro promedio del 9, de nuestro promedio, el S&P 200, y dar continuación al movimiento a la baja. Diaria. La diaria estamos justamente rebotando en la media, queremos ver eso, queremos que aguanten los 1874. De no aguantar, vamos a ir a la parte baja de la zona azul que está en 1789 una vez más. Básicamente, el soporte en Ethereum, en este ciclo donde estamos parados ahorita, en los 1700, voy a ponerle 1730 porque me acuerdo ese número muchísimo. En los 1730 sería el equivalente del nivel de Bitcoin en los 73,000, entre 69 y 73,000. Abajo es una excelente oportunidad, arriba eso esperado, pero con un gran potencial a subir hasta el techo. ¿Is everything okay? Denme un segundo. ¿Is everything okay? Oh. Hey, you brought Mr. Lammy? Sorry, perdón. Trajeron a Vin y tiene un peluche en la boca. Bueno, no, nunca lo había hecho antes, perdón, así de pendejo soy. Pero efectivamente es lo que estamos viendo. Probablemente vayamos a encontrar el rechazo entre los 1955 y los, no, sí, nuestros 2100 y cacho. Por lo que esta zona nos interesa bastante para hacer un corto a Ethereum en lo que continuamos para abajo. Bastante fácil, honestamente. Lo que nosotros creemos y que tiene una gran probabilidad de pasar es que en lo que consolidemos, agarremos el promedio del 9 en la diaria, eso nos vaya a llegar a ayudar a subir hasta acá, eso crearía un alto más bajo que este, pones una invalidación sencilla en este tope y vámonos. Y esperaríamos que Ethereum vaya a encontrar ese fondillo más o menos por la zona donde está. ¿Dónde sabemos si nos equivocamos? Si llegas a romper los 2121 a la alza y tienes varios cierres por encima, 3 cierres diarios por encima diríamos que ese objetivo empezaría a subir y mi siguiente personal serían 2500. Pero por ahora, Ethereum se ve del culo, como todo lo demás, honestamente. No es como especial. All righty. Tesla.
Yes. Honestly, Tesla's just been getting hammered.
That's right.
Hammered. And for what we see now from last week's close, it doesn't seem like it's going to get better from just what we've seen. So last week we, held above the SMA 200, but opened below it. So we're technically below that now. The last occurrences where we've either opened below it or lost the SMA 200 on the weekly, each and every time it resulted in a bigger move down. So, here we see similar posturing where we're under the weekly EMA 100. We lose and open up under the SMA 200. And you can see we're still under the EMA 200 on the weekly. But you can see price ended up falling through that and dumping another 13.64% on close. So here, similar, we have to first assume that 230 is going to hold here, but the last occurrence here, we just essentially dumped through that. Now we're in a range, so support is for me $217 and resistance is $263. So we're kind of in the middle, but here we see, from that point, we ended up going down under 35% from the SMA 200 on the weekly. Here we see we lost it, and then from that point, we essentially just dumped down another 34%. And then the last occurrence. So one thing I'll note is there hasn't been that many occurrences where the weekly SMA 200 has been lost. We have 3 and then 4. Now, I'm not counting this one because we didn't get any follow through from there. But here we even see on this occurrence that we lost it, we rejected it, and from that rejection, we ended up going down another 35%. So it seems like once that weekly SMA 200 is lost, Tesla likes to go down another 30%. From that point, that would put us around the bottom of support at $169 for the culture, of course. If I extended this meme line, that would actually put us in right around, another test of this channel. On these dumps down, once we lose that 163, we've seen Tesla aggressively dump, specifically when it S&Ps it. Here we saw this dump. Once we lost 163, we had essentially a massive follow through where we essentially just dumped down, found support here, and rallied up. Came up to this point. We again S&P'd this 263 level. From that rejection down, we ended up coming all the way down and hitting this channel. And so we're losing the 163 after holding it. So another S&P. If this is going to be valid, technically the next target would be around 169. But for me, there is hopium, like on the 2-week. There is slight hopium here. The slight hopium is that in all these scenarios that I just showed with the weekly, the difference here was that the 2-week EMA 100 also was lost. So what we see here in this example is we had lost the 2-week EMA 100, and then at that point, we ended up rejecting down, giving us that 30% move. Here we lost the 2-week EMA 100, rejected down, giving us that 30% move. And lastly, here we lost it, very obvious, rejected, and then went all the way down to here. And so the hopium now is that Tesla we haven't lost that yet. The last 2-week candle actually closed above it, so we're retesting it here. If you're a Tesla bull and you're trying to find a bounce, you're essentially trying to see a reaction on that 2-week EMA 100, which is at $231. It's kind of like the last line in the sand for potential bull hopium is that we get a bounce from this point. Each time that 2-week EMA 100 actually holds, even on deep pullbacks, if we could just hold above it, generally it's been a nice spot for bulls to kind of expand from, go up. Obviously, from this $231 target, the next move would be around 163, just the top of this support. Just remember, we're just in a big channel. And then we have to start looking at like the moving averages. So then we'd look first at the 34. That was solid support for Tesla on the 2-week. And then we'd have to be gauging that as, possibly being flipped into resistance. So from this point, that means that if Tesla holds the 2-week EMA 100, let's say, we at minimum could see a 14% bounce, if not a 20% bounce. What makes this a little more difficult is the fact that the weekly has lost the SMA 200, but the 2-week has not lost the EMA 100. Had the 2-week lost the EMA 100 into this close, this would have made it a lot more easier for us to gauge that, Tesla's probably going to end up coming down another 20, 30%, which will correspond nicely with the 2-week EMA 100 and the SMA 200. So, it's at a big spot in summary. We got the nice bounce from like the 216 region. We obviously can wick down below that, similar to this price action here where, where we're currently at is just a range. We saw Tesla break down, shoot back up, hit resistance, come down, shoot back up, hit resistance before going up. The difference here is that each time we were hitting that EMA 34. That's why for me, I think it's wise if we get a bounce from this point to be gauging potentially 263, if not a move all the way up to the 277s or that EMA 34. There, we either just get another SFP play to down, or we actually reclaim 263. And then at that point, we can actually possibly gauge a higher move up, possibly all the way up to $300. So, it's going to be crucial for bulls to essentially get some bounce here. If they end up not bouncing from this point, you're going to see Tesla aggressively move down, in my opinion, closer to, like 169 to like 179 over time, of course. But it would make sense to see a bounce where we're at, especially if you view the HBDR. I was looking at this before stream. And we are basically hitting the bottom of 38.2%. So it makes sense to see possibly a bounce, if not consolidation on the monthly. And then when you start going on to the other time frames, you start really seeing, we're already at the extremes. 100% almost got tapped on the 2-week. Start going to the weekly, you could see even just more extremes where we're essentially breaking that 100% now. You know, it is interesting to see that, to say the least. But, you know, at least I can gauge that by saying we should at least see a reaction around the 2-week EMA 100. So, you know, we're almost there. We'll see if we see a reaction here. A bounce up could easily take us up to like the 263, 277. But then at that point, I want to gauge some kind of rejection around here. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. It's not the most clear on Tesla for me, just simply because of where the 2-week is. You know, and the 2-week is stronger than, let's say, a weekly. But even viewing the monthly, you can see here that you have a lot of resistance around 263. You know, this is closing in 14 days, so this easily could get bought up, and we can easily close the monthly above 263. But if it doesn't, at that point, you'll have the 21, the median, and the 34 all right around the same area, giving you good confidence that in April, if you do see a nice bounce up, this zone around 263 to maybe 270s should reject us down. And as long as Tesla does stay under 263, you're going to have more of a bias of this going down and testing the bottom support, which lines up nicely with that 169 level. You can see here, once we lost that 263 on the monthly, we obviously wicked a little above it, but still closed below, rejected it down. And then from that rejection, that led to a 26% candle down. Had a very impressive rally up, formed another lower high on the monthly here. And then from that point, we went down even lower than 26%. This was like 39%. So that's why this zone, this new range that we're in is very important. Reclaims up 263 generally are good, reclaims and holding. But when you're under it, kind of like what we're doing now, it's just more in the danger zone. Yes, I know Tesla has been going down for 2 months straight, but we've honestly seen worse. I mean, over here, we saw Tesla go down 3, 4, 5 months of just straight down before finally hitting that monthly EMA 100. On the flip side, we've also seen 4 or 5 months of straight up. 4 or 5 months of straight up. So, you know, I'm seeing a lot on crypto Twitter, people talking about, well, like Tesla has to bounce from here. It's not really true. And I mean, we've seen pretty like 4 or 5 candles up, 4 or 5 candles down. That's kind of been like the flavor of Tesla. I don't see why this would be different. And you'll notice once you really did close above the EMA 34, you essentially got a free move to the 100. Now you obviously wicked below, but no closings below that monthly EMA 100 led to a very nice opportunity that essentially led to a 150 to 300% bounce. That's why I think it'll be wise to really be gauging closer to that 170 to 169, specifically with what we know on that weekly. Once we lose the SMA 200, we generally see 35% moves down. So a 30% move down would take us around 169, which happens to line up nicely with that EMA 34. So, you know, yes, I know we're at the 100% now on Tesla on the weekly. We easily could see a bounce at the 2-week EMA 100. If you don't, though, then it's going to play into we're probably going to have to wait for just this move to play out. And that'll most likely then, once we hit that 169, 170 region, give us a bigger bounce that pulls one. Until then, this is looking very corrective. We just lost a major level here at 263, which happened to be that EMA 100 on the weekly, a spot we were talking about that needed to hold. Whenever you have a major moving average here on a high time frame with a meme line that's very important, it tells you that you need the zone to hold. We didn't hold that zone, and so from that point, that led to a 17% move down. So we can use the same logic here and say, well, if the 2 weeks really starts losing that EMA 100, you're probably then going to start seeing, this zone get tapped. And then at that point, you should be expecting some bounce. And that just lines up with the monthly view. If you really start getting to this point, you should see some bounce. Now that bounce could easily take you to the top of the 38.2%, or maybe the median. We're not sure until we get there, but Tesla's really gearing up for a pretty nasty 2-week and monthly close. The next 14 days on Tesla, in my opinion, are going to be super crucial. If somehow Tesla can get back above 263 before the month and 3 month candle close, that'll be good. But if we can't, then you'll see here that 3-month EMA9 is getting lost, and that is sitting right around that 255 region. So just again, good confluence of the 263. We lost a quarterly 9 here, reclaimed it, was a bull trap, big nuke, and then held above it. Really haven't gotten like easy follow-throughs from the quarterly 9, in my opinion. Let me see the 5. Let me turn the rainbow chart off because it's kind of confusing. I guess this is easy. Lost a quarterly 9, and then from that point, you rejected it and went down 36%. Yikes. And then you can just see how well respected the quarterly EMA9 does hold in bull markets. I mean, that was
That's
just
the 5,
solid.
no?
Yeah, my apologies. The 5. That makes sense. Usually you get the bounce off the 5 before the 9. So here, I was trying to use the 5 to see if we had any easy follow through. I mean, I guess here you see we lost the 5. Even though we did kind of chop around the 9, you see the rally did stop at that 5. So that's kind of easy. And then from that point, we rejected pretty partially down 59%. So even the 5's at 269. This will probably move down closer to 265, which just gives me good confidence that, if you really start closing the monthlies under 263, it could make for an easy short opportunity. Yeah, that's kind of all I have, though. So, Tesla's in more of a bounce zone than not, but it's also in a hard spot because if, this is a 2 week, so this can easily like come all the way down and then either give us a nice buyback with a wick, or it just, capitulates here and kind of traps longs. But the way the weekly is, the monthly, I think personally, the easier trade is just to wait and sit on your hands. You don't want to be the person shorting or longing or shorting here on like a 6% weekly candle when we're approaching the weekly EMA 200 along with the 2-week EMA 100. You're better just to wait, sit on your hands, and really watch carefully the 263 region. You start rallying up to the 263 region, there we can formulate a trade. We either reject or we reclaim. So it's like that, or it's like that. And for us, luckily, it's easy because the weekly, is closing in 4 days rather than like 12 days, 13 days for the 2 week. And right now, that weekly EMA 100 is a major spot for Tesla. So, we can gauge that by saying, we really start getting weeklies back above this EMA 100. This will greatly increase the chance of a move all the way back up to like the 300 to even like 304. But until then, you have to be gauging 263 as major resistance, just how it's always been. Yes, we can dump down like we have before, but rallies up to 263 after we lose it have generally been strong resistance. So we have to gauge that as strong resistance, but even stronger because we have that weekly EMA 100 right here. So, I mean, hopefully that made sense. Tesla is very complicated right now via the charts because it's like I want it to go up, but technically speaking, and it should go up from this point, but it also really could just start nuking, honestly. Especially with like the 5-day view, we lost estimate 200, rallied up. We've already put in the bearish retest. Nothing's really telling me this 5-day can't turn red besides the meme line, which is holding technically. And we easily could consolidate right here, but with what we've seen already from the weekly and just the estimate 200 on the weekly getting lost, I have to just be cautious here. But, I say a bounce is more likely than just a dump first because of where we're at on the HBR. The fact that we're already past the 100% tells me we should see some kind of reaction. And that could maybe play into next week. So for me right now, no trade zone. I'm not really looking to short Tesla aggressively. I need more data. More data can either be more rejections off that estimate 200 on the weekly or an actual retest of 263, fulfilling that, bearish retest around here, just like we always get on Tesla before we end up coming down. It'd be almost like this move where we come down lower. That's fine. We rally up. This is where I want to get short for the real move down. So until then, you're just kind of sitting on your hands waiting for either a 169 possible long trigger or a 163 short trigger. So that's it.
Very, very nice, sir. I gotta add a little bit more to the Tesla analysis, just with a little extra bullshit from outside. Tesla, when Elon's being punished by the market, which means bad Elon, you did something wrong, you need for you to find the bottom in price, what needs to happen is for Elon's own supporters, which are shareholders, stockholders, to start losing their shit on him, and they haven't yet. So that's what makes me think that we still got room to go to that $185, $170 area, which I'm sure that's where we'll find the bottom, or be damn near close to that bottom.
Yeah, I think so too. At least there we'll have a logical like setup with the EMA 100 on the monthly. Start losing that, then yikes, that'll be like the first time in Tesla's history we haven't lost that. So we have to expect a bounce.
Yeah, it's this trend line that kind of like Ethereum's, right? March 20th, it got touched on January 23rd, 3 years later, then a year later, and then we'll go in one more time right here. Search for it.
Yeah, that's clean. So we have to assume that spot will hold. If it doesn't, then that'll be a major shift, but I have to just assume the monthly EMA 100 will be the buying opportunity.
Exactamundo. Thank you, sir. That was very
I just
simple.
posted the most beautiful short setup on Bitcoin. Believe me, a lot of people have posted short setups. Mine is the most beautiful.
I'm gonna copy your beautiful short setup because I haven't been filled. I just checked my stupid fucking account and my short didn't make it through. So
Well, I make sure everybody gets filled.
God damn.
Well fucking done. Well played, sir. Well played. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I don't know why that's what's going on right now. Okay. Vamos con Tesla, pero tal vez antes de ir con Tesla, ¿qué les parece? Para todos ustedes que andan de degenerados, quieren unirse a la mejor comunidad en todo el planeta, cáiganle a nuestro Discord. El enlace está aquí abajo en la descripción, súper fácil de usar. Lo pueden ver por acá. En la izquierda son todos los menús. Tienen los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan por acá. Tiene el chat general por acá, ahí compartiendo fotos coquetas de Sisi. Ya anda listo acá, preparándose para liquidar tu próxima posición, para poder impresionar a estas damas. Bien, bien, bien. Cállate por acá. Siempre es bueno poder platicar con la comunidad para ver qué están haciendo. Tal vez te faltó ver algo en tu análisis, tal vez a ellos les falta. Siempre es bueno rebotar ideas. Vengan a compartir sus P&L cards con nosotros. Vengan a leer noticias, a ver nuestros enlaces oficiales. O también aprovechen y para cualquier cosa, aquí tenemos nuestro criptolingo para cualquier término que no estén captando de lo que estamos platicando en estos momentos. Ahí lo tienen, ahí está puesto para todos ustedes, para que no haya duda alguna. Y si quieren tradear futuros con nosotros, los voy a invitar a que vengan a nuestro sitio, es gratis, por supuesto. Vienen a Tutos, abren cómo tradear en Bluffing, le pican por acá en 5 minutos. Aprenden exactamente cómo fondear la cuenta, lo fácil que funciona, cómo operar, y lo único que necesitas es este enlace por acá para ir al sitio web. Y también, por cierto, porque me acaban de preguntar, déjenme ver si estoy registrado acá o no. Sí, aquí está. Ok, déjenme, los traigo a BTCC, que en Bluffing hacemos todo nuestro trade de criptomonedas. Acá en BTCC estoy haciendo, sobre todo estoy enfocado en otras tonterías, sobre todo. Los voy a llevar a mis tonterías, ¿ok? Mis tonterías. Qué tonto, debería ir solamente a futuros. Llame a futuros, a ver, de Bitcoin, lo que quieras. Acá tenemos futuros. Acá abajo está mi posición en corto el oro. Estoy perdiendo $7. Una posición gigantesca de ¿cuánto? ¿De cuánto? De como $300. Sí, $300. Lo abrí el viernes y se me olvidó por completo. Pero ahí ando, $7 abajo en mi short al oro por intentar ser un héroe. Y sí, la diferencia entre BTCC y Bluffing es acá pueden tradear acciones. Entonces te vas a futuros, en futuros perpetuos, acá vas a ver los 500, le picas aquí arriba y te metes en tokenized stocks. te pone Apple, Amazon, Dell, Meta, Netflix, MicroStrategy, Oracle, Tesla, por si andan viendo aquí, analizando Tesla, diciendo, oye, brother, voy a hacer un long, ¿eh? Ahí está, para todos ustedes. Vámonos de vuelta a las tablas. Importante, importante. Es mi tabla de Tesla, damas y caballeros, una de mis acciones favoritas, ustedes lo saben, y aquí lo tienen. Honestamente, lo quiero poner en la de 2 semanas y les quiero enseñar algo rápido. Por acá, en la de 2 semanas. Verán, tengo mis niveles importantes son los verdes, ¿no? Que son rangos importantes. Mis líneas amarillas son simplemente la mitad del rango. Lo uso para operar. Si abro un long acá, vendo parte acá, ¿no? Simplemente eso. En realidad no, soy bien marica, entonces si abro un long acá, lo voy a vender acá. La mayor cantidad de veces, a menos de que haya algo detrás del trade que diga, ok, hay un setup de volatilidad, temporalidad, bla, 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 lo que sea. Estamos viendo a Tesla cotizar en 234 y tenemos que entender una cosa que es muy importante. A Elon lo van a castigar de aquí al fin a que se acabe esto. Y la manera en castigando a Elon, y esto pasa cada 2 años, señores, por favor, 2023, 2024, esto pasa cada rato. Cuando se le avientan a Elon al cuello, lo que están buscando con esto, en lo que se refiere a las acciones de Tesla, es hacer que hasta sus propios fans, la gente que compró sus acciones, se volteen y se emputen con él y digan, ya, güey, deja de hacer lo que estás haciendo. Hasta que no llegamos a ese punto, Tesla no fondea. Llegamos a ese punto acá, llegamos a ese punto acá, en los 140, y todavía no llegamos a ese punto acá, donde todo el mundo le está diciendo a Elon que deje de hacerlo el gobierno, que contrate a otro CEO, etcétera. Por lo que, con ese análisis tan estúpido, me dice que todavía vamos a ver más downside. Una vez más, habíamos medido que desde el tope hasta la parte baja habíamos ya perdido un 55%. Eso nos pone en territorio de mega ajuste y mercado bajista en cualquier acción. Y como siempre, y lo han visto acá, que perdemos el promedio del 100, tenemos caídas de ¿cuánto? Lo perdimos acá, hasta el fondo 43%. Lo perdimos acá. Vamos a usar la parte del cierre de la vela, 23%. Y digamos que lo vamos a perder acá, y me estoy adelantando. 23%, que es igualita a la pasada, nos pone justo en la línea meme, por ahí de los 177. Y si es el 40%, nos llevaría a los 128. Seguiría creando un macro, un bajo más alto, porque esto es en $100, que fue el que nos dijeron que se iba a $20 por acción. Pero aquí estamos estos días. Vamos a empezar con un poco más de temporalidad, la trimestral, para verlo de lejos. Siempre verlo de lejos ayuda. ¿Por qué? Porque estás viendo tendencia alcista clara, altos, altos más altos, y continuamos. La única cosa importante a notar acá es esta parte, esta línea en los 269 es importantísima para el precio de Tesla. ¿Por qué? Y lo pueden ver. Si solamente ponen esta línea, que una vez que la cruzamos podemos llegar a romper altos históricos. Cuando estamos debajo de ella, vamos a ajustar o a este nivel en los 180 o abajo en el siguiente nivel, que sería un poco como lo que les acabo de contar con Ethereum, ¿no? Aquí les voy a dar la receta secreta del pastel del tío Salo. Me vale nepe. Lo compran bien, lo compran no me importa, no les estoy vendiendo nada. Y también, si la cagan o la cago, no me vengan a llorar, por favor, por el amor de Dios. Pero ahí les va. Personalmente, yo ya comencé mis entradas acá en los 217. Esta es mi primera zona. Mi primera zona para entrar es acá, 217. Mi segunda zona son los 199, justamente en esta zona. Mi tercera entrada es justamente los 183. 183 es mi tercera entrada. Y me estoy guardando una parte de la bolsa por si la cago o por si esto hace una tomada de liquidez por acá abajo. Y acá tengo una cuarta parte para hacerlo. Así de fácil. No tengo que analizar la tabla. No estoy como pendejo viéndola. Y no, es que si sube y que si baja. Solamente puse mis órdenes. Tengo la primera que ya entró. Y ahora voy a estar esperándome para las siguientes. ¿Por qué? Porque yo creo en Tesla a largo plazo y estas son posiciones que me voy a quedar por años, ¿ok? Que quede claro, no es lo voy a holdear 30% para arriba y lo voy a vender. Esto para mí es a largo plazo. Así que ahí tienen mi propia jugada. Se las quería poner. Están viendo Tesla en tendencia alcista en la trimestral, aunque tenemos este velazo que nos está bajando por abajo del 9, el promedio del 9 está en los 255, muy cerca de esta línea meme verde, por lo que consideramos que Tesla no está en un mercado alcista. Todavía no está en el mercado más bajista de su historia, pero no está en un mercado alcista y definitivamente está en un mercado bajista cuando corrige 55% del precio. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual tenemos una vela más o menos topera por acá, pero tienes la confirmación de estas y nos fue a aguantar el 55 justamente en los 220 a 217, que fue lo que llegó el precio. ¿Cuánto fue que llegó el precio acá? 217, exactamente, 217. 217 es donde ha llegado el precio de Tesla a tocar, aguantando y soportado por el 55. Importante tener ese número en mente. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 100 justo amarrando y acosando esta línea meme que va en diagonal para arriba. Lo pueden ver acá perfectamente. Y volatilidad no nos dice absolutamente nada. Felicidades, Tesla. Voy a poner el HPDR para que veamos más niveles importantes en el precio. Podemos ver que nos está rechazando la media y eso nos debería dar un objetivo de los $206, a menos de que la podamos retomar. Si la podemos retomar en los 246, vamos a poder tener un movimiento una vez más a la zona de los 288 o mínimo esta zona de por acá. De no poder tomarlo, esta media, vamos muy probablemente a caer a la parte baja de la zona azul, primer objetivo, y sería por ahí de los 206. Segundo objetivo, el 61.8%, que coincide con mi línea meme en los 184. Así que ahí lo tienen en la mensual. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas estamos ya en la parte baja del 100%. Por supuesto que puede caer más. De nuevo, esto no es un movimiento natural de precio. Esto es todos los fondos tirando para que el precio se vea peor de lo que, bueno, la acción de precio sea mucho peor de lo que debería de ser y con eso poder hacer que todo el mundo se vuelva loco en contra de Elon Musk. Pero por ahora no está aguantando el promedio del 100. Yo creo que si somos alcista en Tesla y es a mínimo a corto plazo y esperamos un rebote a la zona de los 269, tenemos que aguantar este EMA 100 en los 231. De perder los 231 en un cierre, sería el cierre más bajo de toda esta tabla en la de 2 semanas y eso nos podría dar un movimiento a nuestro siguiente nivel, una vez más a repetirse los 217 y de ahí hasta los 193. Semanal, tenemos el 9 bajando por abajo del 21 y ahora por debajo del 34. Debilidad de precio, estamos por debajo del SMA 200. Esto es un nivel crítico a retomar. Si no podemos retomar los 248, vamos a tener continuidad a la baja y esto es por lo que el HPDR, les digo que este movimiento no es tan normal por lo rápido que pasó y lo fuerte, ni el HPDR lo ha tomado en cuenta. Estamos arriba del 100%, abajo del 100%, abajo de nuestro promedio de los 200. Por lo que esta ya es una zona bastante coqueta para empezar a acumular Tesla si eres alcista en Tesla a largo plazo. 5 días nos dice lo mismo, llegamos a la parte del 100% una vez más, 217. Perdón, mi mujer está imprimiendo sus novelas, es lo que escuchan acá con la impresora, pero bueno. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? Querer retomar la zona de los 269. Tenemos que pasar primero por el SMA 200 y luego el EMA 100. Pero como lo acabamos de romper por primera vez desde el 2024, muy probablemente vaya a ser un retesteo bajista hasta esta zona, es lo que se podría dar. Un retesteo bajista al 100, 200 o hasta los 269 y de ahí dar continuación a la baja. No estamos esperando que Tesla simplemente haga esto, no tiene sentido alguno, ni tampoco en la temporalidad, en el tiempo en el que está el mundo, básicamente. Semanal, diario, nos baja, eso nos da más chance a continuar cayendo. Estamos ya en el 88.3%, por ahí de los 231. Pierdes los 231 una vez más, que es donde está tu EMA 100, tu promedio de las 100 sesiones en la de 2 semanas. Básicamente vas para abajo este 97%, por ahí de los 214, 217, y eso nos haría hacer nuevo mínimo, y eso nos pone más o menos en camino a este mínimo. Entonces, para resumirlo, simplemente pon la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas, voy a quitar el HPDR. Ve tu promedio del 100, pierdes tu promedio del 100, te va a dar chance de acumular en esta zona. Y eso va a ser la mejor zona de acumulación de Tesla en toda la puta historia, en mi opinión. Y lo que sé, si llega a caer más, va a ser aún mejor, pero sería ya demasiado. Es como todo el mundo acá. Había un güey que, no me acuerdo en qué acabó esto, un güey que se burla de un cuate mío español todo el tiempo. Ese güey estaba en esta zona cuando Tesla estaba en 100, me estaba diciendo que iba a caer mucho más. Era de, tú, el Salo, que es el fan de esta cosa, ve, dile, porque va a los 60. Ok, nunca fue a los 60. También dijeron ese güey que Bitcoin iba a llegar a 180,000 este año, no llegó, y hasta hicieron playeras que decía que ese güey estaba en lo correcto. Interesante. Pero es lo que pasa con este tipo de fiebres. Cuando llegas acá o acá, es cuando todo el mundo dice, no, ya es mierda, va a bajar más. Y es lo que voy a esperar. Voy a esperar esta zona una vez más. Cuando lleguemos a esa zona, voy a escuchar a todo el mundo diciéndome qué error estoy cometiendo al comprarlo. Lo voy a comprar y me voy a ir a casa. Bueno, voy a seguir comprando, que ya empecé. En fin, eso, damas y caballeros, es Tesla. Estamos en tendencia bajista. Va a continuar la tendencia bajista. Tal vez estemos ante un rebote. Ese rebote sería para hacerle un corto. Vamos a tenerlos al pendiente también porque tenemos BTCC para poder hacerlo. Pero ahí lo tienen en vivo, en directo y a todo color. All righty, what's next?
Next is Oclo.
Oclo. We haven't done that in a while. Well, no, we did not too long ago, actually.
Alrighty, Oclo. By
Oclo's a good
Scam
one.
Altman.
By Scam Altman, son. Look at this. Beautiful. All right, here's yours.
Let's get started. So on Oclo, on the monthly, we have gotten towards the 100% of the HPDR ranges, which we have been finding as resistance the entire way through 100%, 100%, 100%. As of right now, we have dropped below the 100%, we've dropped below the 97.5%, and we dropped below the 5 EMA. But I still would expect this to continue lower at an absolute minimum to correct down to this 9 EMA one more time, while these ranges can step up. And that would be somewhere around that $24.24 zone. If we do continue lower, I would expect somewhere around this 95% zone also to be a significant support, around that $21.91 area. This is around this zone. If we are bullish, we have to preface it by saying if we are bullish, this is the area where we would continue to grind out a next higher low before we continue to the upside. Because if we do start to lose the area, it is going to start to look very worrying because we're going to drop down to the 21 EMA at around that $18 zone. And this is going to be the area where if we lose, we're probably going to erase most of this rally and probably retest this breakout zone around somewhere around $8. So if we are the more bullish scenario, we hold this grind out a higher low in this zone and hold the $20 zone. The less bullish scenario, but still bullish, is if we hold this 21 and 18 and then grind a higher low here and then move up. Fair scenario is we lose this $18 zone and come down towards the $8 zone. Right now, momentum is at 100%. Well, basically it's at close to 98%. Well, volatility is as well. So very, very likely we get at very least a mean reversion from here to grind out a higher low while these HPDR ranges can step up and this momentum and volatility can reset. Well, on the 2-week, we have lost this 9 EMA, and we're currently rejecting it. So from there, I would expect to see it move into the bottom 61.8% and this 21 EMA, which both line up with right around that same $24 area. And if you start to lose that, that's where you're probably going to come down to the 88.3, which lines up with the $18 zone. Right now, on the 2-week, we've already started to see momentum start to contract with volatility contracting as well. Still within the bullish control zone, volatility is now dropped to like about 69%. So it still could continue to correct from here while volatility and momentum reset. On the weekly, we've gotten momentum all the way down to the bearish control zone with volatility at very extremes. So now the mean reversion on the weekly would be getting a bounce to the upside, which we're already starting to put in a bottoming candle right around the 100%. Funny how it goes to the 100% to the downside and the upside and the downside. Pretty funny. So you can use the 100 as a good gauge on this.
Yeah, it's a fucking ridiculously volatile stock.
So basically, every time it goes to the 100%, it's pretty safe place for you to take a spot position in. And now as long as it's in this extreme areas, it's more than likely to bounce here. The continuation for the bounce is going to be getting over this current wick at around $29.74. So if it can break into the $30 zone, it should see a little bit of a move up into this cluster of EMAs right here. This 5 and the 9 EMA. So I could see a move into like 32, mid $32, but likely does continue lower based off of the monthly and the 2-week. 5-day is also getting pretty extreme on volatility and momentum to the downside, likely getting a mean reversion bounce to the upside. And it's in the next 3 hours, it's about to reclaim this 21 EMA, which then activates that move into the 32s right here. Come on. 2-day is now starting to flip up on momentum after hitting extreme lows to the downside, where volatility is starting to contract after hitting extreme highs, and lines up with us getting tapping basically the 100% on the HPDR again, getting a mean reversion already, getting over this 55 EMA, which in about 3 hours we're about to close above it, which then sends us up towards somewhere around this 21, which is about $32, same zone. Very high probability 32 is going to be a rejection zone. Daily as well, starting to point to the upside on momentum, getting into the bullish control zone. Volatility is now contracting, and the jewel is giving us a buy signal within the bearish control zone. Right now, we are over this, slightly below the 100 EMA, which is at $28.46. Got 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 52 minutes to go, 3 hours to go. We do close over that. That'll send us up towards the 55, which is at about that same $32 zone. And the 4 hours also pointed to the upside on momentum within the bullish control zone, and volatility is still technically expanding above the moving average. And the jewel is now breaking out of the bearish control zone, with pink very close to crossing above the yellow on a buy signal. Right now, we are dancing right around this 200, same as the 100 on the daily, where if we can close over that 200 at $28.30, that sends us up towards the 100 at about $32. The 100 is clustered right with this 55, making this a very, very significant zone. Ding. Oof, but not good at all. Monthly is about to put in a third drive of bearish divergence if we close below $29.82. Let me make sure.
Damn.
Yeah, $29.82. And that will be 3 drives of bearish divergence, which will then send us down towards the middle zone of the RSI. That would be, what price is that? About $11.12. This number is going to update, so the most bullish hopium scenario is if this month closes and it does confirm the bearish divergence, if this number goes up to somewhere around $18. $11 would be even lower than our 21 EMA. It would be somewhere around this zone here. That would, for me, I don't know, that would basically erase the entire move, and I would be looking for a lower low if that happens. The hopium scenario is if this does confirm the bearish divergence, this moves up to $17 or $18, and then that would actually end up being a very, very bullish scenario, because then you would have a perfect inverse head and shoulders confirmation, and that would send you back up to the critical zone around $34. No, $69.35. Very nice number. That scenario only plays out though is if this middle zone moves up on this monthly closure. And we're starting to contract after many periods of 100% volatility on the move to the upside.
Its
2 weeks
entire
already,
existence.
yeah, this has gone straight up to 100% volatility. On 2-week, we have confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below $35.07. Next move is going to be any tick below $23.26. That likely brings you down towards on the RSI at the middle zone, $8.41. Kind of tells you that the $18 area is not likely to hold based off of that. The weekly also has 3 drives of bearish divergence as long as you're closing below $35.07. Below 23.26 is where you get your next move, and that would be about $18, $18.50. And on the weekly, the jewel is giving us a God mode sell signal, where the pink is now just about to cross below the yellow. 5-day as well has bearish divergence confirmed, as long as you're closing below $32.26. Below 23.26, same number before, to get you towards the bearish control zone, which right now seems impossible. but we could get a target of the 55 EMA at around like $20, and then that would be right above that $18 zone. But the next level will be the 100 at about like 15, $16. I don't think those levels are going to be very important though, because once you start to lose 18, you're probably going to go towards 8. 3-day as well has many drives of bearish divergence as long as you're closing below $29.36. The next continuation will be below 23.26, and that'll take you towards. Yeah, I don't think this number is going to happen. I think it's going to update, but right now it's at $1 for the bearish control zone. Probably going to update. 3 days already getting that sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow. Quite nasty. Four-hour has many drives of bullish divergence in play now. It's going to be active as long as you're closing above $23.87. Right now, if you get any close above, let's say, $28, that would send you to the bullish control zone, which right now is at that $31 area. So that same number, very close to that $32 target. Any 4-hour close above $28, and then the opportunity short zone is going to be $32. TP1 $20, TP2 it's like $17.50, and then TP3 $8.50. You can use the stop loss as you want to be conservative, somewhere around 43.69. You want to be aggressive, 38.63. Or that's the opposite, actually. The higher number if you want to be
I was gonna
aggressive,
say,
and the
yeah.
lower number if you want to be conservative. I mixed that up. Ding.
Hang on. It's the best I could do a ding.
Did you just flip a coin?
No, I have 2 little bottles. 2
I
glass
thought you
bottles.
flipped a coin.
It sound like a coin flip.
I thought you were flipping a coin for up or down.
It does sound like it. Yeah, you're right.
Monthly is now getting that volatility contraction after many periods of 100%. And funny enough, first extreme, double extreme, contraction. This is technically still the first extreme. Momentum is currently to the downside, rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed down as long as they're below $35.94. 2 week is also pointing to the downside with volatility contraction, rejecting the critical zone, and you're pointing down below $51.05. Weekly is also getting volatility contraction with momentum to the downside, and we're pointing down as long as we're below $53.76. 5-day as well, volatility contraction, pointing down below $54.90. Come on. 2 days starting to flip back up with volatility expansion, getting very extreme though, meaning the top is probably pretty close by, and it's going to be flipped. It's going to flip up as long as you're above $26.30. Daily as well as flipped to the upside above 23.73, and its volatility is currently contracting, telling you lower high very likely, along with that silver cross to the downside. And 4 hours well, getting volatility, momentum pointed up as long as you're above $25.57, and volatility is very close to starting to expand. So on the high time frames, it is looking like our local top is in, especially because we've gotten to very extreme areas on the HPDR. We're getting volatility contraction after many periods of 100%. We're putting in bearish divergences across the board. It does look like that we have found a short-term or medium-term top for a good amount of time before we grind out a higher low if we're bullish, while the ranges can step up, and then we can continue towards the 40s. Or if we're bearish, while volatility is contracting, if we lose that $18 zone on a weekly closing basis, very likely we're going to erase the entire rally and go somewhere towards $8. But right now on the lower time frames, like the daily and the 4-hour, the momentum is starting to shift to the upside. 4 hours very close to getting volatility expansion with momentum to the upside. It's very likely we move somewhere towards around $32. High probability that's going to be a rejection zone. And then from 32 at a minimum, I would expect a test of $20, if not 18. 18 holds, then happy days. We can grind a higher low there and we can continue to the upside after a couple of weeks. 18 doesn't hold, this entire rally is going to, over the next few weeks, get erased, and we're probably going to go towards $8, $8.50.
I hope you're right, and I hope he doesn't go under and delete the rally. Even though I still have 50% of my position here, I'm very interested in this not going to fucking shit and disappearing.
Let's hope so. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, look, this is what I had. So I had right here where the EMA 9 on the 2-week is. So at $30, have a line. Then I have like this is the expansion zone. This is the fun zone for me. Once you get below 26, kind of fucking fucked. 18 should be the first zone to hold. And if he doesn't, I think 13 will do the trick. It should. This is my hopium scenario. This is everything goes well. I buy this again, and I buy this again, and then we go back to fucking banana zone land right here, and then everyone's really happy. Well, just me. But
Scam open bites 5 more Koenigseggs up at the top line.
No Koenigseggs. Thank you, sir. We're
I'm
doing
gonna have
Rivian
some-
after.
I'm going to have some of this wonderful huevos and tocino that my amazing Novia has made.
Enjoy.
Nice.
This is what I've been eating, just eggs. Because apparently that's what I do. Terrible. All fucking day, just eating eggs and meat. Let's do it. Ok. Oklo, damas y caballeros, es la empresa que tiene pequeños reactores nucleares de Scam Altman. Y esto es para poder darle toda la potencia y energía que necesita inteligencia artificial, tal cual. Necesita muchísima energía para consumo. Voy a empezar la de 2 semanas. Este es donde estamos viendo. Esto tiene mucho más pasado. Wow, Alejandro, felicidades. Esto viene mucho más de atrás, pero les he dicho 1000 veces, la cosa es, esto antes de básicamente esto era otra cosa. Se volvió un SPAC. Sam Altman entró con su empresa y esto es lo que están viendo ahora. ¿Ok? Llegamos a hacer un tope en los 59 y aparte fue bastante rápido porque empezó en septiembre en $5 y llegamos acá en febrero. O sea, estás hablando de septiembre, octubre, noviembre, diciembre, enero, febrero. 5 meses después con una ganancia potente desde acá abajo, casi 1000%. O sea, casi te hizo un 10x si es que entraste ahí abajo. Entonces, podemos decir que Oklo ha tenido ya un mega inicio de su vida, pero ahora podemos ver que estamos perdiendo algo bastante crítico, en mi opinión, y ese es ese promedio del 9. Una vez que lo tomamos, fue aquí abajo, lo pueden ver, un segundo. Lo pueden ver acá. Una vez que lo tomamos, porque lo perdimos acá atrás, una vez que lo tomamos, tuvimos ese movimiento que expandió y nos dio todo este subidongo. Y ahorita lo hemos perdido. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando en este momento? Seguimos bajistas, creemos que va a bajar más, pero lo que nosotros estamos esperando es un retesteo de esta zona en los 30 a 32 máximo, y de ahí doblarse para ir a 23, de 23 a 18 y de 18 tal vez hasta los 13. Sería la mejor oportunidad de todas, en mi opinión. Ahora, llega a caer de los 13 y se va a los $8 una vez más, pues sabemos que está la cosa bastante jodida y que probablemente esto fue simplemente una aventurita de Sam Altman. Pero por ahora sigue de acuerdo al plan. Más allá de enseñarles cualquier otro tipo de gráfico en esto, quiero solamente que quede claro lo sencillo que es esto. Tus niveles ahorita donde estás rangueando va a ser entre 32 y 26. Rompes 26 para abajo, muy probablemente vas a encontrarte 20 primero y después 18. Una vez que rompas esto para abajo, el 13 debería de ser lo que te aguante, que es justamente esta zona de antes donde encontró el precio bastante resistencia y después, una vez que la rompió, pues nos fuimos a la zona banana. Solamente lo quiero simplificar para todos ustedes, no hay tantos datos. Y aparte, esta es una de esas acciones que también me gusta muchísimo porque la entiendo. No sé por qué vergas, pero es otra de esas. Así que ahí lo tienen, Oklo. Para abajo, oportunidad de corto, es lo que viene, pero no tenemos, creo que no tenemos soclo en BTCC, así que nos la vamos a pelar todos. Hubiera estado bueno, ¿no? Vender por acá. Y a ver cuándo vuelvo a sacar el cash de esto. Honestamente, no lo he metido en nada. Yo creo que si voy a poner mi primera entrada en los 20, no voy a engañar a nadie por acá. Voy a poner mi primera entrada en los 20. Voy a poner mi segunda entrada en los 18. No, no me gusta que estén tan cerca. O tal vez esta no la deje tan abajo y hagamos 15. Me lo apunto un segundo. Un segundito para poder escribirle a Jonathan que se ponga a chambear. 20, 18, 15. Okay. Alrighty, Alex, ready.
Nice. Let me get this going.
Rivian. Remove, add to stage. We're ready, sir.
Don't you mean Vivian?
It's Uncle Vivian. Aunt Vivian.
Auntie Vivian.
Auntie Vivian.
Yeah, old Vivian. What a nice girl. Anyways, yeah, so we got the bounce on Rivian. Remember, we're short from, what was it, $11.20, $11.10, I believe. Simple stop loss is just this wick high. That way we're playing the trend. And so I expected some kind of bounce into this zone, but we're just not rejecting. So we have to watch very closely, because if we start reclaiming dailies back above $10.94, you know, it's going to be looking a little better for Rivian to possibly make another move up to the $11.20, possibly even going higher. I mean, if we get back above the median here, we'd have a measured move all the way up to $11.45. I've been looking at this whole scenario as potentially invalidating the short idea, because remember, the short idea was based on we reject here, we break down. From that breakdown, I want to see a bearish retest leading us down to TP1 around $10. That way, on the daily here, I believe, we can actually start expanding on volatility. But what you're seeing now is we're literally at 15% with it plateauing with this move up. That's why I really want to start seeing bears reject us from this point, fulfilling the bearish retest, giving us, you know, the measured move at minimum to $10.23. If not to the mean line at $10 flat. That to me still seems likely, but you know, we still have 2 hours to go, 2 hours and 36 minutes. And you know, we're only a few cents away from being above the median, like 12 cents up. So we definitely could still reject into this, especially if like bulls are front ending this and longing right here. It's definitely not the spot to long. In my opinion, if we start reclaiming this, then we'll get an SFP play. This bearish retest scenario won't work. And then we potentially could be looking for a trigger like this, or we go long. Because then if this does occur, we could then start seeing this volatility on the daily start being in favor of bulls. And I do believe the weekly also. Yeah, the weekly is expanding. You know, and this is still relatively new, freshly expanding. It's only 35%. So you really want to gauge this zone carefully here, because if we start flipping this to bulls, you know, it's not out of the question. It's definitely something Rivian has done. We start expanding, we're breaking down, and then we just start getting more in favor of bulls, and then they kind of take control, and then we, you know, green dildo up. But until then, the short is still valid, and I'm looking for this zone to reject us. Let me see here. Let me delete this. So it'll all be based on today's daily, in my opinion. And if we really start closing above $10.94, you know, you potentially can just close the short here. Still a nice profit. I think from entry, it's maybe 1%. Yeah, I mean, you'd still be up over 2% on the short. So you definitely could close then, if, you know, especially based on the daily, because reclaiming the median here would be a nice shift. You can see we haven't done that in a while. since we were above it in February, that was the last time we lost it, and then since then we've just solidly been staying below it, even rejecting it. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty important daily close. Mopium is that this 2 days potentially going to go up a little bit more, go up maybe to $11.08, and then we could reject down from that point. So I would expect at least to see this median tested. This median has been a big spot though, especially on the 2 day. I mean, from what we have, we broke down, we front ran it, and rejected both times. So the hopium is that, okay, you know, before the close, we rally up, maybe we go to like $11.10, but then at that point, I'd want to start seeing bears take control and reject this 2 day median, because this 2 day is closing as well. You know, and that's why then we can just be looking at this as a bearish retest on the daily and also the 2 day. 4,000. Let me see here. I hate how Discord has that beep sound. Hopefully you guys can't hear it.
No, we can't hear it on you, but I know which one. The ting.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
Yeah, it's one of my one of the
You gotta
sounds.
disable notifications from Discord on your browser.
Yeah, I probably should do that, but it's fine. Whatever. I was just wondering. So yeah, I mean, let me just see here now. Now that we see the daily and the importance of that, let me just kind of see where we're at overall. So, you know, it's like if the daily starts closing above 294 and we actually start holding this zone, which then will be the 2 day also reclaiming this zone, it'll really then start looking like we're going to possibly make the next move up to here, which would just be, you know, the weekly EMA 9. The weekly 9 has been kind of a big spot for Rivian. Since we lost it, we've been trying to push up each and every week. But as you see, it's just been getting weaker each time we have gone up. So if we start really reclaiming this zone today, into next week, we start seeing this move up. Really, if we start taking out this high, you're going to see a nice move up, in my opinion, to $12.30. So, you know, if you want to keep with the short, that's fine. But at least we know here the stop loss is logical at $11.60. I did give an Academy short. Let me just add to that real quick, because I do see Bitcoin is squeezing slightly, and I said I would add. So let me just do that publicly. There we go. I added some more to my Solana short, and now we'll keep looking at Rivian. What an interesting chart, though. And I mean, if Rivian did make a move all the way up to $12.30, would it really surprise anyone? I mean,
no.
It really, just like you mentioned, Alejandro, in the beginning of all this live stream, Rivian loves to do that. Just loves to just squeeze up and make these stupid rallies up that just lead to nothing. So that's why today is going to be really crucial. I know I've been saying that, but it just will be, because we were really basing the short on the daily setup. And as you see, it's starting to reset. And so if we start really doing like an SFP, reclaiming this zone, reclaiming the daily median, possibly even the daily 9, you might want to then consider getting out of the Rivian short at profit. You know, the hopium is that the weekly here makes a move up to the median, doesn't take our stop at $11.60 and simply rejects the $11.25 region again, giving us another entry to the short. You know, so that's the hopium, but it's just quite aggressive if that daily does start reclaiming the 9 and the median. It really look like next week we're going to start moving up on Rivian and possibly even flipping that daily volatility in favor of bulls. The hopium on this is that it is resetting. So we know that, you know, on this move up, volatility isn't moving up, but it's rather resetting again. So the hopium is that, okay, we can move up, reset it, and then once bears take control, we can actually start seeing this expand. But, you know, I need to start seeing this reject soon. So ideally, in summary, we want to see Rivian back under $10.94 before the daily close. If we don't, it's going to start making the short a little more questionable and slightly more aggressive to hold. Now, you can still hold it, and it still could easily play with the trend. Even if we made a move all the way up to that weekly median, it still could be looked at as like potentially another lower high on the daily. We don't take this low out. We're not taking this low out. But if you're going to hold the short, understand that, technically speaking, if we do reclaim that median, the next measured move would be $11.46. And at that point, just have your stop set on per the Academy trigger at $11.60. Because as soon as you start taking out this wick high, the trend will have shifted. And then specifically on the weekly, we'll get a squeeze up. And I do think $12.30 to $12 would be the next target. So we will see, because even here, if we do make that move up into next week, we reclaim the median. Yeah, I mean, that would put you right around that $12.90. I wonder if these do shift a little bit, so we'll have to see. But still, I mean, it's like this zone's pretty important. Gauge it and base it on the wick high here at $11.60. Break that, you're probably going to start squeezing up to 12s. Or we reject here and we just get another entry on our Rivian short, and I can just add to it. So that's basically it. I still have opium though that the 2-day median is going to reject us, and we're squeezing up. We're almost there. I think it's at $11.08. I do think we can easily tap this, and then before the close, we still have 2 hours. This can easily start rejecting. So yeah, that's all I really have on Rivian. I don't really see anything else. We're just watching the daily BBWP, but also we're watching the weekly. And the weekly is still expanding. And this is still giving me the bias that, we should still make our way down to the $10 zone. That's why it really does show on this weekly view, specifically with the HBDR, why, rejecting this $11.25 will be super crucial for bears, because in doing so, it'll just be another weekly median rejection, possibly another lower high here, assuming we don't take this out, $11.60. The next target being TP1 at $10. It's a pretty good short too. I mean, talking about a 10% move potentially, which is not bad. So that's it. Really base it on today. 2-day and daily close will be very important. I added to my short on Solana. I gave a short trigger. I do think the risk to reward is pretty good. It's like, you lose 1.5%, gain 20%. So keep an eye on that for the Academy. And yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. That fuck, I forgot to look at the trade signals. I'm gonna do it right now as soon as I'm done talking, and I'm gonna hurry the fuck up so I can do it. Okay, so that was great. We're doing gold and GME after, so we can close this. I'm sorry.
I will do shiny rock.
All right, good. I hate gold. I'll do GameStop.
It's so boring. I'm gonna
Can't
short
stop,
that
won't
completely.
stop, GameStop.
I'm on a gold short right now that he's going against me, and I'm like down $7. I feel nothing, just because it moves very slowly and it's very little money. I know.
How will you
I
ever
just wanted to
financially
do it.
recover from this?
I don't understand. I'm gonna have to cancel my Pagani.
You're gonna have to cancel the Netflix membership too.
At this point, with the $7, yeah, that's what I'm really gonna have to cancel. Thank you, boys. I'm gonna try to do this as fast as possible too. Okay, cabrón, deja de pintar Rivian. Ok. Perdón, me regresé a Bitcoin. Ese no es el gráfico de Rivian. Ahí está. Aquí tenemos Rivian. Vamos a dejar de pintar con esa chingadera. Voy a borrar estos puntitos que me vuelven loco. Y empecemos. Rivian está cotizando en 11,7. Esta es una tabla de 2 semanas. Pueden ver que hemos estado en una clara tendencia bajista, haciendo altos más bajos, pero desde abril del 2024 comenzamos a hacer bajos más altos, lo que tiene a la gente pensando, ¿qué va a pasar con Rivian? ¿Va a ser un gran potente squeeze a la alza o no? Y vamos primero, antes que nada, vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad una vez más está contrayendo. Felicidades. Así que nada, en la de 2 semanas. Déjenme rápido ver la mensual, que es la temporalidad más alta a la que estoy pensando llegar. Volatilidad, honestamente, solamente preparando un movimiento, porque viene el punto más bajo, se está dando la vuelta, pero todavía tienen que subir por el promedio, así que vamos a tener paciencia con Rivian. Vamos a la semanal y ahí podemos empezar bien el análisis, aunque ya está más que analizada esta chingadera. Ok, podemos ver en esta tabla semanal, pueden ver lo que está pasando por acá. Tenemos ¿cómo se llama? El setup de volatilidad dándose por acá, pero estamos simplemente yéndonos de lado, por lo que ni tan potente que digamos hasta ahora. Desde diciembre hicimos este tope y de ahí hemos caído constantemente creando altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Y ahora lo que estamos haciendo es simplemente ranguear acá. La cosa es, ¿qué es lo que sigue? Y ahí les va rápidamente para que lo puedan ver en el HPDR. Uno, tienes la parte alta del triángulo que coincide con la media del canal, queda perfecto. La media viene acá y luego se da la vuelta así. Es literalmente perfecto cómo queda con la línea meme que viene por acá. O sea, una locura, lo que me hace pensar que vamos a ir a buscar la media en los 11.25. En los 11.25 deberíamos de tener un rechazo, esa sería mi primera zona de rechazo, para poder ir a la zona de los $10. Pero existe una probabilidad de que vayamos a los 12. La razón por la que existe la probabilidad de que vayamos a los 12 y ahí encontrar el rechazo es porque ahí tenemos el promedio del 9 y además la zona de los 12 es una zona a la que a Rivian le encanta ir a tomar liquidez. Lo ha visto acá, lo han visto acá, lo han visto acá, lo han visto acá, ¿no? Entonces, muy probablemente, si fallamos en la zona de los 11.25 para que todo el mundo diga, güey, qué alcista está esto, ir a los $12 te debería dar el rechazón que estás buscando. Si es que eres bajista en Rivian, si eres alcista en Rivian por alguna razón en este momento, esperarías a poder romper los 11.20 y después los 12. Una vez que hagas eso, deberías de poder irte a los $13. Pero por ahora, el escenario que más probabilidades tiene es el rechazo en los 11.20. Si se llega a dar eso, acá vamos a continuar a la baja. No, la gente que entró en el short tiene todavía la invalidación en los 11.63, etcétera. Pero y lo que yo haría es, si estoy en mi short, yo bajaría mi stop loss a neutral. ¿Dónde entraste para poder no perder dinero? Es lo que yo haría en este momento con esto. ¿Por qué? Porque definitivamente si lo vemos ya en la diaria, quiero que vean esto, déjenme rápido borro esto. Porque en la diaria es un poco de lo mismo y lo pueden ver acá. Los $12 están hasta acá. Entonces, ¿qué engañaría más a la gente? Rebotó acá, hizo esto, se trepó acá y después subió acá a los 12. Todo el mundo pensó, güey, ya chingamos y bolas, güey. Y ahí te vas a encontrar con el segundo, con el siguiente bajo más alto. Es lo que personalmente pienso. Y para mí, tengo mi primera orden para acumulación de Rivian en los 10. Es donde estoy entrando para esto, a esperar. Ojalá llegue, si no, pues me la pelo y me quedo sin entrar, mínimo ya estoy en Tesla. Son mis jugadas grandes en este mercado bajita, damas y caballeros. Pero tienen, si somos alcistas, Rivian 11.20, después de 11.20, 12, después de 12 hasta los 13. Si somos bajistas, simplemente buscar el rechazo o en los 11.20 o en los 12. En los 12, en mi opinión, es donde más hay probabilidad, de acuerdo a lo que estoy viendo, pero igual y estoy mal y los 11.20 aguantan y de ahí va para abajo. Listo. Alrighty. Are we doing GME or gold or oro?
Shiny rock first.
Shiny rock first.
Nice 6-hour on Bitcoin. Nice bullish engulfing for me. Let's switch to
God
shiny
damn.
rock. It looks like I might get filled. Praise the stars and the moon. We did have a bull moon, I believe, yesterday.
We did. I saw it. I saw it as an old man. I'm finally filled. That'd be a terrible time to be filled since
I'm not filled just yet.
What'd you fill in?
I just saw your short. 1 second. I'm sorry. I don't know why.
Yeah, I honestly think Solana is going to just be the easiest short with the best risk to reward. That's why I'm adding to it.
I'm looking
Dude,
at it
shiny
right now.
rock looks insane.
Yeah.
So if you're itching for a trade, Alejandro, look at Solana.
I'm itching. I'm going to go put some powder on it. Do it.
Let's start with the 6 month. Right now on the 6 month on this is one of the few charts that you can actually throw a 6 month on because it goes back for a long time in data. And you are like, no, despite how good it looks, you are approaching resistance. Price is now trading at $2,998. Our current high is about $3,004, $3,005. Resistance is at around $3,081. Very, 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 very high probability at the 78.6, $3,081 area, no matter how bullish we are, is going to be a short-term local top at the very least. Because the 78.6 area usually does like to get respected. 78.6 is exactly where we find our last short-term local top. And imagine all the headlines are going to break that gold starts what do you call it, easily or healthily trading over $3,000 and consolidating over $3,000. People are going to think it's going to keep going up. Likely puts in a short-term local top here, corrects back down to at the very least somewhere around 2,800. Maybe grinds it out for a little bit while these ranges can step up and then price again. I don't think it's going to shoot through 3,000 and just go straight, keep going straight up. Even though that wasn't really like my bias when I posted it in 2023. I did say a target of $3,500, but long term over the next couple of years. So although I still think it's going to hit $3,500, I don't think it's going to hit it anytime soon. I think it's going to be over the next maybe year and a half, 2 years. I think somewhere around 3,100 is going to be a short-term local top, short to medium term, and I'm saying by a couple of months probably going to be ranging before it maybe even a year it ranges before it tries again. It's going to be like one of these situations where it just starts ranging, and then it goes. And remember, each one of these is a 6-month candle. So it ranged for 6, 12, 18, 24. So it ranged for 2 years before it actually started breaking out. So basically exactly around there, ranging for around a year and a half to 2 years, around $3,000, $3,100, and then break out towards somewhere around $3,500 to $3,600. Now on the momentum is pointing to the upside within the bullish control zone, and volatility is pointed up too. The jewel is also giving a buy signal. It's giving you the starting of a God mode sell signal, but it has not quite shifted to sell just yet. Very likely it will shift after we get that reduction at $3,081. Then you get that a year and a half to 2 years of consolidation before you try again for the highs. 3 months as well is pointing to the upside on momentum and volatility, with us lining right up with this 88.3% at 2,965. So likely we can go a little bit higher to tap that $3,081 number on the 6 month, but likely not much higher, and that will also put us within the 90% range on the HPDR, making it very high probabilities of local top there. Same thing on the monthly, where we're getting buy signal on the jewel, but the starting of a God mode sell signal. Let's see.
Huh. Was that on the quarterly?
Yes, that was a quarterly.
And it's a good one.
Unfortunate-
It's at the top part.
Unfortunately, Fibonacci got into the bag of pastries last night and ate a chocolate croissant. And Alex says that he is not shitting well.
Well, yeah, of course not. Diarrhea is in the menu.
I hope it's just that, because I've heard chocolate could be deadly for them.
For cats too?
Oh,
Dogs
I'm
have
not sure.
that.
I'm not sure.
I called the poison hotline last time.
On the monthly, we're getting also momentum to the upside. We're getting volatility to the upside, but the monthly has started firing off the God mode sell signal. Doesn't mean that we can't continue upwards from here a little bit. It just means local top is very, very, very close. 2 week is both pointed to the upside. Every single time frame is pointed up. With volatility pointed up, Jules giving you once again a buy signal about to enter into the critical zone. We're getting the pink just about across below the yellow, but then it didn't, and now the yellow is crossing back up, or the pink is crossing back above the yellow, giving you a nice upward setup. But once again, resistance is very likely right around that 3,070, 3,060, 3,080 zone. Weekly has now started to shift down in momentum below the moving average. And I believe volatility is contracting. Come on. Yeah, volatility is also contracting. And now the jewel is just about to start losing its God mode buy signal. Getting very, 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 very close to a local top, if not already in. 5 day is now starting to shift back up. Gives you the idea of one more swipe before we get our local top. Getting right to the moving average of volatility, once again expanding. And on the jewel on the 5 day, the pink is now about to cross back over the yellow, giving you a quite nice setup for one try higher towards that 3,060 to 3,080 number. 2-day as well is pointing back up on momentum, getting back into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion, and the jewel is now losing its sell signal. And we reclaimed this 38.2%. Last time we closed over the 38.2% was right over here, and then we topped where this candle had its basically 88.3%. So that would take us towards somewhere around just above 3080 at $3,100. Excuse me. Daily as well is pointing to the upside, and class closed over the 38.2%. So we do go down from here, which it looks like we're not going to, but I would be looking for a reconnect of that 5 EMA. That would be a loss of this about 2,978, would get us to move down towards about 2,969. Not really that much lower. Right now, the jewel is also crossing into the bullish control zone, right at the peak. So if we get a close over this candle's high at about 3,005, that's what takes us towards 3,060 to 3,080. Very, very high probability local top there and then down. Also starting to flip back up on momentum with volatility expansion, and now we're over the 4-hour jewel. For a 4-hour median. We have not been over the 4-hour median since about this zone here when we started going basically up only, telling us also very likely, and we're about to close up at 38.2%, that we should continue to the upside from here. So one more swipe. We could do the yearly RSI on this one because we have the data. That's quite the yearly chart. Let's erase these lines. You notice that this initial real parabolic move started in 2000, 2003, 2002, 2003. It was right after 9/11. Interesting.
Yeah.
There's some significant bearish divergence on the yearly. Notice this high versus this high.
Holy
and
balls.
significantly
Yeah.
lower high. It's going to take quite a bit to confirm this though, because right now you'd have to confirm it with a close below $1,984 on a yearly. So a little bit unlikely that you'll confirm it, but if that does confirm, that is devastating.
I've never seen a yearly bearish divergence.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Let's go back into the past and see what happened when we got it. This zone price dropped from this high. Not even that much. Like 2%. That's hilarious. Then again, this was also during in 63 when gold was basically raging. Not much you can really get because there's no history. And then there's no other bearish divergences in modern day history for gold. That's pretty wild. What were we doing buying Bitcoin? We should have been buying gold in 1963.
But
I
I'm
wasn't
seeing,
born,
by the
but
way, there's a lot of gold people, like the gold bugs right now, are picking up the bullshit Bitcoin type of FOMO tactics. So I heard someone say that the US government was going to revalue their gold and they're going to buy more and they're going to start using it to do and this is from a serious economist, by the way, which is retarded. That we're going to start using gold as a backup for the currency or to trade it directly instead of currency. So kind of like the dream that, remember when Bitcoin was supposed to be for transactional and all that stuff?
yeah.
And the guy goes, if it happens, Bitcoin's going to go to 10,000. I'm sorry, gold is going to go to 10,000.
And then afterwards, they can assign another executive order that says you got to turn in all your gold to the government.
Oh yeah, of course. It's
or you're
fucking
treason.
incredible.
You're committing
It's
treason.
incredible.
That's a very nice gold Rolex you got there, but the government is not confiscating it. The 6-month also has bearish divergence. Not nice. And it will confirm if the close below 2,318. Quarterly has active hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing above 2,536. Can't really give you any targets off of that because we've already hit the critical zone, so it's too bullish to give you a target off the divergence. Arguable data has already hit. Weekly, nothing. Or monthly, I mean, that's not a weekly. 2 week, nothing. Weekly has nope, nothing. Never mind. 5 day has three drives of hidden bullish divergence active as long as you're closing above 2,832, but it can't give you a target because we're already in the critical zone. How high are we in the RSI? We are at about 89. So I could bring it up to like 91 and maybe give you a target from there. It's not going to be the best, but better than nothing. Oh, fuck. I did it again.
There you go. Oh, sorry. I was testing my GME sign.
All right, let's put it 91 and see what target that gives us. Take this number with a grain of salt. 3,086. What do you know? Wow, it gave
Damn.
us the exact same number. Beautiful. Don't you just love the way it works out? Never mind on that, take that with a grain of salt. Now you should take it as a certainty. Is it going to switch back? Oh, I switched it to the default settings flag. There we go. Three-day, come on. Nope. 2 day, nope. Daily has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed as long as you're closing above 29.78. And your next target would be the critical zone, which is right now is at about, this number's going to change, but right now it's at 31.97. And it's going to change update in the next 4 hours. 4 hours now sitting at a beautiful volatility setup with 0% volatility. Not much divergence, however. There is possible bearish divergence if we close over $2,998.78. Let's check momentum. Ding. This thing is still up here. Still has that 3310, but this is going to take a very long time for that to play out. You're getting volatility expansion on the yearly. Last time you had volatility expansion on the yearly was in 2001, right before the 9/11 setup. Very interesting. Is that what we're going to call this now? The 9/11 setup? It gave us a 606% move to the upside. Right now, on the yearly, we did reject getting in 2018, we rejected getting out of the bullish control zone. We flipped back up. Did this go? It's lower. Yeah, so technically it did give us hidden bullish divergence, but after that we did get a move 3x, so kind of arguable the hidden bullish divergence has played out. And we will be pointed up as long as you're above $2,661. 6 month is also getting volatility expansion. The last time we got volatility expansion on the 6 month, we got it freshly in July 2023, and then before that was July of 2019. And we are pointed up,
upside.
maintaining. I'm sorry?
Both to the upside.
Yep. And we're maintaining the critical zone and pointing up as long as we're above $2,557. And the same thing that we had before when we expanded to the upside, as momentum was also pointed to the upside like it is now. On the quarterly, we are getting volatility expansion from lowest level we've been in since. Let's see, what level are we at? Let's go back from about 16%. See, last time we went there. Nope. No. Yep, we've never been this low on gold volatility ever. Very interesting. Expanding from the lowest level that we've ever been at, that we're pointing up as long as we're above 26.48. Monthly is now starting to contract on volatility, with momentum still pointing to the upside, and it's pointing up as long as we're above 29.55. Going along with the idea of maybe possibly one more swipe before consolidation. That the local top is very close, if not already in. 2 week is getting volatility expansion with momentum to the upside above 28.92. Weekly is also pointing up as long as we're above 29.54. 5 day is also pointing up as long as we're above 29.72, with weekly and 5 day getting very extreme levels on volatility. 2 day is pointing up with volatility expansion, giving us that idea about one more swipe, and it's pointing up above 29.54. Daily also pointing up above 29.20. And 4 hour, that volatility setup at 0% volatility, pointing up on momentum as long as you're above 29.93. So all of the high time frames are still looking extremely bullish. Basically, every single time frame is looking bullish. It's just hitting some pretty extreme areas of the HPDR, telling us that maybe we can get one more swipe, but that the local top is extremely close. Possibly we can see a swipe into somewhere around 3,060 to 3,080, maybe 3,100 if we're extremely bullish. You get real crazy, but somewhere around there is where we should expect to see a local top, and we should see some consolidation for at least a year, maybe a year and a half.
I'm sorry, around where?
Consolidation or the top?
No, the top.
Yeah, we should see that local top somewhere around 3,060 to 3,080. If things get really crazy, maybe 3,100. I would expect that to be a rejection though, and I would expect consolidation for around maybe a year and a half to 2 years, like we did right before we solidly broke over 2,000. And from there, I expect somewhere around 3,500 to 3,600 to get hit, and then the same thing to happen again. That to be a local top. And right now, on the lower time frames are below the 6 month, the quarterly, the monthly, the 2 week. All of them are still pointing to the upside, and we have hidden bullish divergence still active, and it's going to be pretty difficult to invalidate those hidden bullish divergences. We have to close below 2,000, like 1970 something, to invalidate those. Still looking like those are going to stay active. And we're getting a volatility expansion on the low time frames with the momentum to the upside, kind of reinforcing the idea that we see one more swipe into that very low $3,000 area before we put in that local top, consolidate for a good amount of time. And over the next 2 years, I'd expect somewhere around 35 to 3,600 to get hit after that consolidation phase.
Nice. Alex, let's jump into yours. Let's do GME just because we're running tight on time.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward too. We'll just stick to the higher time frames. I remember actually a few months ago, I was looking at GME right here. And it was funny because I was saying, technically speaking, this was bullish consolidation. I mean, holding above the 34 after it was held down for so long was welcoming. So that did, I guess, lead to a nice rally up. But to me now, this just looks like another lower high on the monthly. That's what I mentioned. You know, it's with these wicks, it just makes it so hard for bulls to flip the overall macro trend, that anything not above essentially these wick highs just turn to lower highs. The hopium now is that where we're at now currently, which is, you know, the 34 again, we need this spot to hold. If this spot doesn't hold within this month, it's just going to give us a measured move down to like $18.80, feeling just more of this green dildo that we had back
I
in May.
apologize to interrupt you, but the corn had just confirmed the 6 hour bullish engulfing candle.
That's all right. That's interesting. So maybe 85.5 does get hit. But for me now, I mean, it's just more of a wait and see for GameStop, just simply because of the way the monthly is. I mean, yes, we're at the weekly EMA 100. From this point, you easily could get a move back up to the weekly 9, but you have to be very cautious of a rejection at that weekly 9 turning into another weekly lower high, because this weekly is in a downtrend. You know, and This essentially was the lower low, so it makes sense to get some kind of bounce here. But I do think that that rally will stop around $24.90 to $25. But you know, the hopium, small hopium, is that we are still holding above that EMA 100. So if bulls could just consolidate that, it'll start looking better. And actually, you are getting a volatility setup, I believe.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, that kind of can help guide your bias then on, you know, the fact that this spot is in a lot of danger of getting lost. I mean, this volatility setup's freshly expanding. We've seen, you know, the last setup here, this was a pretty epic setup. Granted, we were at zero volatility, but from expansion, I mean, this gave us a 54% move. This one's a little more realistic onto where we're at now on volatility, meaning we didn't hit necessarily the extreme levels, but still, I mean, this was pretty impressive. It started to expand when we were dumping, found a bottom here, and then bulls gained control. Oh, jeez. Gotta love meme coins, 500% from that. So that was just, yeah, that's insane. So you are getting a volatility setup, but it is to the downside. So far we have moved, let's see. So, you know, we moved up to almost 22% down. You're just really going to need to start seeing bulls, you know, step in here. Ideally, your objective as a bull is to get back above that weekly SMA 200. I mean, the weekly SMA 200 is just a big spot for GameStop. You know, it's like once we're above that and we're holding and consolidating above it, that's where we see expansion. When you're below it or chopping around it, it's generally not a good sign, and we generally go down. All right, here you lose it, reject it, you go down. So, you know, the fact that we already rejected from that point and went down 2% almost tells me that this is a pretty massive zone. If GameStop can actually reclaim the weekly SMA 200, that'll be good. We then could start possibly talking about a $39 to $40 objective, filling some of these wicks out. But until then, I mean, trend's still going to be your friend here, and the weekly trend is down, and we are most importantly under that weekly EMA 9, and that has been proven to us solid resistance. So until we actually get any kind of like reclaim of that, you have to just be cautious of any rallies up to that point forming weekly lower highs, which will just essentially keep going with the trend while volatility is expanding. So, I mean, it's just that simple. If the weekly starts losing that EMA 100, it's going to lead to possibly then the monthly losing the 34. And then if the monthly does lose to 34, yeah, like I said, you're going to get a measured move down to $18.60. You can see here the monthly actually tapped the median. So again, you're just going to want to really start seeing bulls step in, specifically since this is a monthly. You can see here, though, that if you start losing that median, yeah, you get the measured move right at $18.90, right around that monthly EMA 100. So it's just kind of lining up with what I see with the EMA 34. This zone here, which is, you know, $22 to like $23 for GameStop, is going to be absolutely crucial for bulls to hold. Because if so, then we can make an argument going up to closer to that $28 mark. So, you know, in summary, I mean, it all kind of lines up, even with the monthly and the weekly. You're essentially going to see, you're going to need to see this level hold. This level is like right at $23. That's right where the weekly EMA 100 is. If we can actually see consolidation from this point and bulls holding, we could see a nice rally off the EMA 100. But I'd be very cautious of rallies up to like $25 to reject down, and that'll overall just stick with the trend. Even if we go all the way up and let's say hit that, what was that monthly level at $27, $28. If we even rallied up all the way up to like $27.98, I still believe that the overall trend here, the overall trend still would still be intact, and it still would be down. So as long as we're under essentially January 21st high, wick high, Anything under that's going to be looked at as a lower high, and I'm going to bet that if we do see a rally up from this point, which is the weekly EMA 100, it most likely stops just based on the cluster here, right around the 9. You have the 34, the 9, and the 21, all right around the same zone, plus the 38.2%. We know this is in breakdown posturing on the weekly, and since we lost the 38.2%, we haven't tested it, so it just makes sense. If this level holds, good chance we see a bounce, but then that bounce probably gets rejected around here, leading to just another lower low going towards that monthly EMA 100. So that's all I really have on GameStop. I can look quickly at the daily. And yeah, daily's not really telling us much. We are now popping back above the 38.2%, so it's a great sign. That's sitting at $23.33. Good confluence that, yeah, we probably see a bounce rather than a dump based on the daily, reclaiming the 9, getting back into the blue zone. And technically, the next target would be the median. And uncoincidentally, that lines up with the 9 and the 21. No, that lines up with the EMA 100. Right? Well, blue line it. No, 200. My apologies. It lines up with the daily EMA 200, the daily EMA 21, and the median, all right around 24.46, which happens to line up nicely with our weekly EMA 9 at like $25. So just more confluence on why that level at like $25 should reject and be the next lower high on the weekly if we see a bounce from here. But just be cautious that this weekly volatility is expanding. And I mean, each and every time we've seen this expand, we've just kind of gone up only. And so in the occasion where we go down, it would be the same thing. This was actually a downside setup on the weekly. It's funny because we had this whole move down, reset volatility, and then from that point we expanded and went down another like 37%.
Damn.
Yikes. So that's just terrible. So like the point being, it's like if this level doesn't hold and you start closing under specifically that weekly EMA 100, good chance that we're probably just going to start heading towards that monthly EMA 100. And then from there, we should see a bigger bounce, ideally. Has GameStop been under the monthly EMA 100 ever? Oh, yeah. So when we lost that monthly EMA 100, the last occurrence here, you can see we lost it, didn't even retest it. Oh, no, right here. Yeah, we lost it, retested it, and then from that bearish retest, we went down 43%, 42%. So ideally, this will just be flipped into support, and it'll line up nicely with the bottom of 38.2% on the monthly. But you can just see here visually with HBDR, if you start losing that monthly EMA 100, you're going to start breaking down, and the next target will be right around $14.56. So like $15.50, if not lower, which is pretty brutal. But it's not the most crazy. I mean, we had volatility really start moving when we were breaking out, and so now it's contracting, and that most likely leads to price going down more. We'll have to see how the quarterly closes. You're getting a lot of support around here though, so if let's say GameStop closes the monthly under like $20.95, it's going to really stop. It's going to start really looking bad for GameStop. You'll be under the quarterly 9, the median, and the 21. Your hopium will be the 34 holds at $18.55, but your technical target will be $16.14. If this level can hold, that'll just be some opium. We're still holding above the quarterly median. And if we can keep holding specifically above the 9, then we can make a greater argument to go back to at least $39.57 for the meme line or the HBDR, $43, which is pretty nice from here. So we're at a pretty big spot overall in the weekly, the monthly, and the quarterly. It's nice that we're getting a quarterly close this month because it's just more data. To me, like I said, GameStop is more in a bounce zone, but I just watch for the rejection at 25. Watch for the lower high, play the trend, and I'll be wrong if we start getting above $20, like $30. If you start seeing GameStop get back above $30, we'll be well above the weekly 38.2%, and we'll be breaking out. Until then, this is in breakdown posturing, and you should be gauging any rallies up to this point. It's just a retest of the breakout zone. Boom, and then boom. So that's all I have.
Well, that's basically it. And also, bearish retest, anyone on good old GameStop?
Could be.
Can't stop, won't stop, GameStop.
Boop.
That's nice. Lines up right around 24, 25. So
Yeah. Yep. I sold my GameStop at 30 right here. And then it only touched 30 again right here. But that has to be wrong because some guy on the internet that does conspiracy theories videos that all his thesis was to look at GameStop and understand GameStop told me that I was a retard for saying it was going to come down, but it did go down.
Yeah, because the squeeze has not been disclosed yet. It's still going at $50,000 a share.
It's just, you can, by the way, you can never be wrong if you don't put a date on anything.
Exactly.
Because it can happen way, like after we die, way 200 years and another civilization comes by, and then GME might actually go up.
Because the hedge funds are going to manipulate it for a quick drop to zero and then reverse to it.
Well, and by the way,
sure.
it used to be fun to invest in meme stocks because they were so volatile and crazy. And then it became like meme coins because we had like Dogecoin and all of those, like Shiba Inu and all those things. That was great. Then we had Trump coin, Melania, everything on one weekend span. And that kind of destroyed everything. Is anyone any more interested in these things?
Absolutely nobody.
Nobody, right? No, everyone's done with this. Well, that was great, boys. Thank you so much for everything. Anything else you'd like to add, look at, say, make us check out?
Not much.
I think we're good.
Pay attention to your trading signals, and when there's a couple new ones today, and probably a couple new ones coming.
Oh yeah, I saw the Coinbase one. Sounds good. All right, boys.
See you boys later.
Beautiful.
Enjoy your day.
Buenas,
Have a good one.
buenas tardes, muchachos. Hasta luego. Time to hit the island.
Buenas tardes. Enjoy the island, sir. Vale, estamos viendo GME. Básicamente es la misma tabla que tenía desde antes. Voy a eliminar el 3. No es necesario. Tampoco es una tabla tan difícil, ¿no? De entender. Personalmente creo que la mejor oportunidad de salida estuvo en los $30. Se le escapó a muchísima gente. Voy a poner esto acá, $31. Vale. Y tenemos, esta es más, voy a cambiar esta por una de estas. Déjame. Y... qué pendejo soy. Ahí está. Ok. Mi media. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo con GameStop? Desde el último squeeze, que todavía no acaba de hacer el squeeze del final squeeze, del último squeeze que vamos a ver para que logre hacer el squeeze que todos los expertos están esperando. Eso fue en mayo del 2024. Después tuvimos otro squeeze en junio del 2024, donde el precio subió brutalmente desde, honestamente, desde $9 hasta 64, 9 por 6, más o menos un 6X, nada mal. Si lo agarraste desde el fondo hasta este tope, que a ver cuánta gente vendió ahí. Y como todos los demás plebeyos como yo, entramos en este movimiento por acá. Pero los 30 se veían como una zona bastante sana de vender por simplemente la debilidad del precio. Aunque, tengo que decir, hemos tenido estos mínimos más altos, pero eso se acabó acá. Ahora ya nos cargamos toda esta estructura hasta básicamente acá y ahora tenemos estos mínimos por acá. La cosa es, y vamos a ver esto más de cerca, la cosa es, ¿va a aguantar? Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída, lo pueden ver por acá en la semanal, y ese setup me parece que vino el 15%, es justo lo que acaba de decir Alex, sí. H, y acá una B, vámonos, en este caidongo. Ahora, ese setup que nos está dando este empuje en volatilidad solamente ha llegado a 37% y a GameStop le gusta ir a extremos, así que tenemos bastante que sabrosearle a esta oportunidad. Ahora, vamos a verle un poco a la mensual. Yo creo que la mensual es más que suficiente información en GameStop, sobre todo. Por cierto, ¿quién sigue comprando acciones de meme? Después de acciones de meme, porque lo padre era, te puedes ser rico de la noche a la mañana, brincamos a meme coins, ¿no? A monedas meme. Y tuvimos Dogecoin, Pepe y todas estas monedas que duraron años en nuestros corazones, tuvieron sus pumps, sus dumps. Después tuvimos Melania, Libra, Trump y todas las otras monedas que salieron en una semana y esas destruyeron todo el mercado. ¿Alguien más sigue comprando estas cosas? Por favor, digan. Por el amor de Dios, díganme por qué. ¿Cuál es el punto? Ahora, yo sé que en GameStop ahora el CEO tiene todo el dinero y va a comprar Bitcoin, bla, 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 bla. Ok. Tal vez, si esa es tu teoría, interesante. Espero que te salga. Espero que te salga, carnal. Bueno, y ahora en GameStop, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo últimamente? Últimamente, de nuevo, tuvimos este gran potente squeeze en mayo y ahora hemos estado cayendo. Ahora, viendo a GameStop simplemente en la mensual, que siempre decimos, si estamos debajo de la 9, consideramos que es un mercado bajista y estamos por debajo de la 9, aunque le faltan 14 días y 2 horas para cerrar. De cerrar por debajo de $24.58, muy probablemente vayamos a la siguiente zona, que es más o menos donde está el promedio de los 100, que es en los 18.81. Yo tengo mi línea meme acá en los 18.64 y esa debería ser una gran oportunidad. De no frenar en los 18, $15.60 debería ser tu siguiente, con 38 centavos debería ser tu siguiente área de, no voy a decir acumulación, pero donde podría haber un rebote en esta cosa. Vamos a acercarnos un poco. Ahora voy a ponerlos en la semanal. Semanal tiene esa explosión en volatilidad a la baja y estamos viendo esto. Perdemos la media. Tenemos rechazo de la parte azul justamente hace 3 semanas. Caímos hasta la parte del 61.8% y ahora estamos rebotando por encima. Rebotando por encima de esto, nos quedan 2 sopas. Una, poder romper los $24 y la segunda sería poder romper los 24.81. Mi problema con esto, y pueden ver el área, es que justamente viene con un retesteo bajista y eso muy probablemente vaya a ayudar a mi setup semanal poder continuar a la baja. Voy a ver la de 3 días, perdón. 3 días justamente. Ve, aquí está el EMA 100. De poder ganar el EMA 100 nos debería dar ese rebote para ir a buscar el 9. Ahora, ¿tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja o no? No. Bien. Deberían de poder buscar el 9 y la parte alta de la zona azul. Va a ser paso a paso. Primero 23.55, después de 23.55 es llevarte los 24, de ahí los 24.57 y el mejor escenario es que rompas los 25.24 a la alza. Vamos a ver cómo coincide esto. 25.24, justamente, porque justamente en la zona de los 24.20 y los 25.30 tienes la media y la parte alta de la zona azul. Estás entrando en la zona azul ahora, lo que te da una alta probabilidad de ir a retestear la media y más alta probabilidad, viendo la postura bajista en la semanal, que ese vaya a ser el rechazo, que también combina, bueno, va muy con mi bias para que la línea meme lo rechace, se vaya para abajo. Pero sabes que estoy mal si empiezas a consolidar encima de esta línea meme, rompes los 25.12, que es donde está el SMA 200 diario, y una vez por encima de eso, irte a buscar los 26 y para arriba. Simplemente checa la zona de los $25, es lo que yo pondría. Puedes ponerlo en la de 3 días y ver dónde está tu SMA, tu EMA 100, simplemente para temporalidad más corto. Y ahí también puedes ver básicamente dónde está tu promedio del 9 en la de 3 días. Se me hace la mejor tabla para poder voltear a ver GameStop. Ahora, altos más bajos. Así que pongan mucha atención acá. Puede estar el movimiento justamente en un retesteo bajista y darle a la baja y puede que eso sí puedan aprovechar ese movimiento. Así que ahí lo tienen. Y con eso me despido, damas y caballeros. Muy feliz inicio de semana. Disfrútenla muchísimo, más que estos tíos en su isla y no sé qué. Diviértanse ustedes. Pórtense bien. Nos vemos mañana. Y mañana tenemos clase a las 7 de la mañana para todos los miembros del E-Trading Academy. Ya saben, los dos siempre. La clase del jueves la vamos a tener mañana. No se la pierdan, por favor. Los veo aquí. Y en vez de repasar tablas, vamos a contestar todas sus preguntas que tengan de cualquier, básicamente, tecnicalidad que no entiendan, cosa que no comprendan de trading, etcétera. Aquí vamos a estar para ustedes. Nos vemos. Pórtense bien. Y ahora sí que hasta la próxima.